I repeat instead, maybe 30 seconds with a 40-year-old cougar. Smoky heels. Heel lifts. Wait, what are you doing? You're killing a boss? Taking you guys seriously, guys. I will literally make an OnlyFans. Yes, Callie, it's a good idea. Alright, guys. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for coming by. Thanks for sticking around. You guys are fucking awesome. I fucking love you. Remember, you guys are the reason for this. You are an amazing community. You guys are Atlas holding up the fucking world. The stream is the world, and I may live here, but you guys are the soul that turns this house into a home. So remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. You could use it as like special events, Callie. You should be like, if enough people show up and enough people vote and we turn the camera on, but other than that, it's the PNG. You could use it as like your gremlin mode. People redeem for the gremlin mode and you pull the cam on for like a minute. That'd be a very unique thing, that your gremlin mode is your real life self. Do you think I need a new cam? I was thinking the color is like, wait, you calling me a gremlin? I knew it. Why am I excluded from this? Where are you guys? Hold
on, where do I get to post it? Where do I post it?
Shit posting.
I'm not aggressive
In
at all.
some ways.
But like, if someone is like dressed up as like an evil thing.
Cult of the Lamb, space cake.
Cult of the Lamb. Get the popcorn.
Go get the popcorn so I can throw it in Callie's face when he gets proved wrong.
Wait. I'm allergic to popcorn. You're gonna make me break out.
Are you? Are you really?
I'm not allergic to popcorn at all. No, I'm not. Okay. I'm a liar. Okay.
Where? Callie, where in here did you show your room?
I have no idea. I could have been lying the whole time.
You are definitely lying, because I was there the entire time, and you never... Where's my grinder? Where's my weed? Where's my rollers?
Where's my drugs?
Yeah. Drugs! Give me my drugs!
Drugs.
Where's my creatine?
Where is Smokezilla? I don't know. He left. He used a bunch of points, so I turned his points down to 0, and he got all pissed off and left because he spammed. He was spamming again. He was spamming the commands. I told him I'm gonna take away his points. He kept spamming. I took away his points.
Now we test your mettle. Rise, warriors of Namahu.
Maybe he's points farming from a Bangladesh click farm. No, I just give him points. I gave him 20k points and I just took them away.
The brood mother is no more.
Divine orb! Oh my god, nice. Divine! Vine, divine, divine.
These symbols.
How many exalt is that? Like 15?
Is it enough?
We had a blast today. The entire first half of the stream was just a fucking laugh fest with Callie. If you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Just a couple of stories. We're starting a new webcomic or web what should we call it? Web novel called Stoner Girl Evolution. What do I need to get better at raids or something? No! Callie, aren't we supposed to be doing the podcast? I thought we were supposed to be doing the podcast while you were live. Well, both of us were live. So I'm so confused why you raided me. I mean, thank you, but like, are we doing the podcast, or like, what's going on? Are we starting the podcast? Like, what's the plan here, bro?
Oh yeah, start the fucking podcast.
Okay, because the more you use your powers, the more you turn into the plant of those powers, and the most powerful plants are trees. So like oak trees, maples, and palms are like the most powerful spells. Is just a really cool idea of and it made the fight super interesting because, you know, they'd stop and circle each other while frickin' basically touching tips with their rapiers, trying to like debate each other over who's right in the situation. And then they'd like lunge in, and then it's like, well, I don't care if I'm right or wrong at the end of the day, as long as I can impose upon you some sort of, or impose upon the crowd the idea that I've defeated you. Muad'Dib! The little mouse that jumps! The little desert mouse. He shall name himself Muad'Dib! Oh my god, we have a list within a list. Yeah, there's a lot of lists within lists. It is very much so structured. But then again, like I said, he's a professor. Like, this is what he does, right? So, it just makes it easy format to transform into notes. But look what Smokey got me. He found this. He said, "Hi, I found your doppelganger." I thought it was fucking great. And I was like, I bet you this is what Smokey looks like in real life. I don't know anything about grammar or sentence structure or anything like that. I'm an idea reader. You can get the idea across to me. You should be able to get the idea across to the average reader. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for hanging out. You guys are fucking awesome. I fucking love it. New people today. Always good to see. New stories all the time. Building up our writing as we go. That's what it's all about, guys. So thanks for coming in. And we will be back again the same time tomorrow. As always, every day we are here. So, we will see you then. And remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Pain recedes slightly. Maybe you can ask Callie, blessed. Callie, save me. We were talking about protein. Exactly, Callie. Creatine helps muscles absorb protein. I said that before, though. I'm so blessed. Queen, didn't I say that before? And then Blessed was like, no, the other one. True, guys. Jewid 3 was Sid Betov 8 Buff. Sorry, smacked my head on my keyboard. So what you want me to ask, Blessed, is you want me to ask Queen. You guys giving me a headache? No, Callie, no, not the headache. Oh no, wait, it's because the screen is too bright. Don't mess yourself up with bright screens, man. I always turn my... Yo, what's good, everyone? We back at her again. It's another day. How's everyone going today? Ooh, we got a new video today. New story. Woo, big stuff. You guys excited? You guys excited? It's a big day. Woohoo. A new thumbnail, and we get to hopefully finish Shadow's book. I want a rooster to put on my rocking chair. I don't get it, Sean, but okay. Favorite anime is Naruto, then Sao, then Fairy Tail. Damn, Happy. So I can finally have a rockin' cock. Ah, rockin' cock. Nice. Love it. Love it, Sean. I mean, that's fair enough, Happy. Absolutely fair enough. You're allowed to have those as your favorite anime. You're allowed to. 3, 2, 1, toke! Larry just came up with that. Not too shabby. By the way, 129 and 130 view streak. Damn, Sean. That's fucking insane. That's crazy. I appreciate it, though. I'm glad I can provide content that is, worth coming back to. Our retention rate is pretty damn high. We just need more people. Check it out.
Fucking raw, you donkey.
God damn, I'm never gonna get this donkey. I can't wait till Smokey. Smokey comes in. And he tries to do it on kick and it doesn't work. And he has to come over to Twitch just to get Ramsey. Just to call me a fucking donkey. I know it. I can't wait until he comes back. It's gonna be so funny. I hope it's raw, because otherwise it wouldn't be rocking. It's true. It's fucking raw, you donkey. Indeed. Oh. I mean, that's just how it goes, right? You can't ask for more than what you get, because if you get too much, well, you're gonna lose it all. So, you know, we could take that cock and strap it to that rocking chair and go rocking a cockin', or, you know, we could just be rocking a cockin' in a chair. Get rid of the rooster altogether. Just grab me some cock. I mean, what? Three, two, one, tote! Why are you Canadian sound southern? Because Alberta is the south of Canada. Like, Alberta is basically the equivalent to Texas. Why are you southern and sound Canadian? I mean, I'm literally 20 minutes from the border, so I'm pretty south of Canada as you can get. Right? I think that's pretty fair, Callie. Like, I don't know where else to go with that, you know? I got nothing. You can call it what you will, but I could say, yeah, like, Alberta is like Texas and Manitoba is like Alabama. That's about all you need to know. BC is California, Ontario is Florida. No one gives a fuck about any of the other places. Callie, you're second in queue, which means we'll watch your shit after we read Happy's story. But you know, I like to get comfortable, get the things out, get the toxa rolling, get the jitterbug going before we get into the first little bit of reading of the day, so I'm not spitting and slipping all over myself saying words when I ain't prepared to talk no more. Ain't been talking all day, all of a sudden you want me to talk not stop? I gotta get my shit together before I go and talk shit back when I talk not. You know what I mean? It ain't get too big when it goes down with that on there for sure. I'll tell you what. Whitaker. A true Whitaker, Callie. A true Whitaker from Canada. Who are the Whitaker equivalent in Canada? Would that be me? Would I be the Whitaker equivalent of Canada? The most inbred Canadian? I have no idea. We should have a battle, Callie. The Whitakers versus the most inbred Canadian family. And see who's better. Canadians or Americans. But I thought it was funny, because, like, you know how Canada lost the Olympics in ice hockey to America? Well, guys, I think Canada's falling off. I think Canada's fucked, guys. I don't know. I don't pay attention to anything, but it really seems like if we can't win an Olympic gold medal in our own fucking sport, and as far as I can tell, everything I've seen points to us cheating, in, why I was about to say rugby, curling, with the guy who, like, put his finger directly, yeah, I was gonna say, Sean, the curling thing with the putting his finger on the rocks. He was just being like, contact! That's illegal. You can't touch the rock. And you can clearly see him going like this. Like sticking his finger out and touching it. Like very purposefully being like, boop! Yo, Turner! Okay, here, pull my finger! Actually, you know what's the best one? If you guys haven't seen it,
Bugger all, it's the spleen. Oh, but play dead.
Who's that? Turn your head, don't say anything.
it's epic. And pull Grandma's finger, he's been holding it too long, make a huge mess.
Hey, you fellas. We're down the street looking for superheroes. Uh-oh. Not really. Yeah.
Actually, we're just leaving.
Yes, wrong from that.
Oh. Here we go.
Perfect time.
That's for you. Hamburger, right?
Yeah, it's like it.
Alright, this is the wrong scene. Where's the one where it's like, with the chick and the bowling ball and he's like, pull my finger. I think this is it.
What do you call this?
Careful, that's a flamethrower.
Nah. I don't know, but anyways, he pulls his finger and he farts, right? And that's like his superpower. I wish I had the clip. When he talking to the bowling ball chick. And he's like knocking people out specifically. Yo, Salty, what's up, bro? How's it going? The spleen. What is this? Oh, we were just because he said pull my finger. So I was gonna see if I could find the clip of Mystery Men of the spleen being like pull my finger, and then he's like, and just like, cause you know, he pull his finger and he farts, and his farts are so bad he takes everyone out. It's like directed sniper farts, you know. But how's it going, Salty? What you up, good sir? What you up to? How's it been for you today? What you doing? You've never seen Mystery Men? It's like the one Ben Affleck, it's the one, Ben Stiller movie that's like so out there and ridiculous. It's like you think Zoolander is crazy. Do you like my pyramid video? We haven't watched it yet, Salty. We were supposed to watch it yesterday, but there was a new Secure Team video that came out yesterday, so we watched that instead. But the plan is to watch the pyramid video today. It's on the list. Mystery Men is a horrid parody of superhero movies, but it's so funny. Yeah. The best part about it is Ben Stiller. 100%. We got a new Diablo video out today, guys! We finally managed to get it out on time! Just barely, thankfully, because I had all the stuff done. All of the video edited. I just needed to do the sound and write the script. Is it good? Good, bad, or bad? It's good, bad. Like, it's Scary Movie before Scary Movie. Right? It's like, it's done seriously, but it doesn't take itself seriously. Right? It's like every superhero trope. It's fucking great. You should definitely watch it.
Thank you for redeeming Chair Dance. Hitox will now dance for you. Please fully enjoy this immersive experience.
Screw Callie. Ah, shit, look at Callie go. DMs! Oh, shit. Oh, shit, what did happen? I don't see no DMs, Happy. What do you mean, DMs? I don't see no DM. All the redeems. Oh my god, Jesus Christ! Callie, what are you doing? You're pulling a Smokey. Oh, there we go. Now I see it. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, fuck yeah. Let's go. You know what's good, Happy. You know what's good, bro.
You did good, you can rest now, babe. This streamer is garbage, I don't want these L channel points.
One of each redeem. Damn, Callie. That goes hard, bro. I don't even know what to do right now. Okay, just let it play out. That is what we must do. There is not much else for it. I don't know what to tell you. And Callie wants to be next in queue, so that means that how should we do this since we have not just started yet? Does that mean that Callie gets to go to first despite the fact that Happy called first? Or is first immune? Guys, I think we are going to make a new rule today where the first person to call it is immune to the queue. So Callie, you wasted 10,000 points because that does not advance you to the front of the queue. I am sorry that we are now establishing this rule, but I think that is fair because if you call first, you don't want to get butthurt out of being first. So first is immune to queue. I'll just, next time, Callie, I'll bring you up in queue. Okay, faster.
This shit ass accent is
So
killing me.
next time, it will be an okay.
Touch your toes.
It'll be an okay, alright? Alright, Callie, all you gotta do is next time we'll move you one up in queue. So if tomorrow you call third, you'll be second. There won't be an... What do you mean I'm encouraging... Callie, I'm encouraging you to make more videos. Make another video. That's all you gotta do. Pour your heart out all over again. I believe you can do it, Callie. I believe in you. You have the power. The will, the power, the need. You have it. I believe in you, Callie. There's nothing that can get away from you.
Nice try, better luck next time, fat ass. Get back in that chair, you lazy ass shit streamer. You are in for it now, sweetheart. Take those sexy glasses
Callie
off
takes in
like a
queue
girl.
because he
You don't need to
already
see
is
what
at the
happens
next in queue. Does say next in queue, so it feels... I have a character query for everyone. If you were a fairy tale dragon character, what would you be your element? Ooh. I'd be an air dragon. Smokey! Yo, bro, what the fuck? Yo, what's up, bro? Thank you for the 500 kicks. What the fuck, dude? Holy shit. Yo, Smokey, bro, I summoned you. We have a new TTS that I think you're gonna love, but it's only on Twitch. So you're gonna have to get your ass over to Twitch and spend some of those points, Smokey. But holy shit, thank you for the fucking 500 kicks, bro. Jesus Christ. Thank you.
Fuck freeze frames. Oh, there it goes. That's the face only a mother can love.
Your mom is in hours that
Minnie loves
works.
chocolate.
Somebody do the thing. Let Smokey hear the pure gold. Mighty dragon who can drink water to get power. Our level is higher than you have. So next. I believe I can fry. Yes, I sang that song yesterday. We understand. You're a fucking
You're a
Do
fucking
not
donkey.
drink water. Do not leave your seat. Do not
air
leave your seat.
breath to get power.
Do not go
Yeah,
to the
that sounds
bathroom.
pretty OP.
Have an episode.
2 if not more. I just breathe and I just gain power with every breath. Yeah, water is what blood is carried by, so using water magic to stop the blood from pumping is so scary. And I control the air to make sure that you can't breathe.
Are you fucking wet donkey?
Oh god. Smokey, you gotta get in here and get some of this Gordon Ramsay. You guys gotta give him a good long one. We don't have Relic in here. If we had Relic in here, that'd be way better. Yeah. I control the blood, so you can't breathe either. But just because you stop the blood in my body doesn't mean you can stop my breathing. Kinda epic reader. Look at my stream. I'm not joking. Not a bit either. Alright, I'll give you this one, bro. But if it's not good, oh boy, you're gonna get a ripping on. You're gonna get a ripping on. Yo, what's up? True, bro. What's up? What's this? Nice Gojo, bro. Roblox. Why is it not? I followed you. Why did it like or did I unfollow? I don't know what happened there. I swear I just double followed you. I don't think dragon characters have that much range, or at least the power has to originate from the person so you can still miss. Blood carries the air from your lungs, so if it stopped moving, your lung sacs will help you in the slice. No, but Sean, I don't need to breathe to use my power. It's just breathing makes me more powerful. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Like, I shouldn't need to necessarily breathe to use my power. I just... It's just breathing makes me stronger. So what is this? I'm so confused, bro. So confused. You'll still die first because you'll keep screaming in pain due to the blood not pumping. But if I can control oxygen and I control air...
Bad instruction manual for a malfunctioning blender. No heat, no finesse.
Sounds about right, Happy. Interesting stream, bro. Cool story. Yeah, Roblox, interesting. Not really, not really interested in Roblox. It's a kid's game, right? So, it is what it is. But, yeah. So... But thanks for the invite, bro. I appreciate it. 3, 2, 1, tote! But I'm like, if I can control oxygen, I don't need my like... I can just move the oxygen on its own, right? You can stop the blood, but you can't stop the oxygen. So I could still move the oxygen through my blood, even if the blood itself had stopped. I swear you've said that exact sentence to someone before. I probably have, Sean. I probably have. Probably said every sentence I'll ever say, and then only new sentences will have new words, but they'll still be old sentences. Talking about Airbender... No, he asked... Salty's question was, if you could be a fantasy dragon, what element would you choose? Happy Smut has all kinds of heat.
Smut has all kinds of heat. I can feel it in the Citadel.
Does my smut have heat? I world be a smut dragon. You would be a smut dragon, Callie? So you gain the power of power by sex? No way you would have the microscopic control over the air to do gas exchange for every cell in your body constantly. Sorry, I can't believe that. Fairy Tale Dragon. It's an anime human power. I mean, could I say the same about stopping, like, the oxygen in your blood? Like, you know, you stop blood, well, I could stop the oxygen inside people's blood. Like, any kind of... If you okay, you say like him on my channel stream, I can make you okay, you mod. Kinda epic reader. I have no idea what the fuck that's supposed to mean. But yeah, sure. Cool story. I'm all in, bro. So, Happy, are you saying these next chapters have smut in them? Wait, do they have to have sex in front of the people in order to get confirmed? Alright, say hi on the stream. I don't know what you mean by that, person. Or kinda. Again, I think you would have to hit them with air blast or touch them to control the element inside someone else. Yeah, it doesn't work the same way as bending, right? Dragon has quintillions of cells, and you'd have to do gas exchange for all of them at the same time. You'll have preventing blood from moving. Hurts the victim and prevents gas exchange. Also limit the effectiveness of wings and that, like, too. Like, go on my stream and say hi, and then I can make you a mod. I don't want to be a mod, sorry, I don't like privilege. This conversation is gay. Callie, you're gay. We're gonna be reading Happy's story in a sec here. So get your shit together, everyone, okay? We gotta get into lock-in mode after this ad. We gotta read Happy's shit! Chapter 33! Call My shit is already together. That's okay, Callie. I don't have my shit anywhere. No thanks. Once it's on my body, I don't want to deal with it anymore. Yeah, but there are certain stipulations to, like the dragon powers, like in Fairy Tail, right? Like being a, ads! Being a dragon slayer. Alright, you're mod on my channel. Alright, sounds cool, kinda epic reader. Good to see ya. Good to see it. Hell yeah, that's what it's all about. Glad to see you're streaming though, you know. Get it out there, get it up there, get it out there. That's what it's all about. Right? And Smokey, what are you doing? You send me 500 kicks and then you don't say anything. Now I'm so, like, sad, bro. Like, what's going on? Why won't you talk to me? Why are you ghosting me, bro? I appreciate the support, but I need emotional support, not financial support. Yeah, I have some character ideas loosely based on fairy tales, too, so I was asking for some inspiration. Ah. I'm your mom. No, Callie, you can't tell me that. We've already fucked. You can't tell me that now, Callie. You can't tell me in the aftermath. What? Seriously, why does everyone else keep taking shit? I just don't get it. And then they want to get their shit together. Gross! I mean... the English language is full of words that are definitely not what they mean. 3, 2, 1, toke! I bet I suck harder than you guys. I bet I'm the hardest suck here, huh? I would restrict it to fire dragons, so my 2 characters would be based off ash and obsidian powers, weapon construction, and armor type dragons, and they would become dragons by making a dragon shape out of the element. Oh, that sounds epic, Salty. Fuck yeah. Fire dragons are fire adjacent, so I could see acid or ice because they're technically burned. Yeah, like a cryo dragon. Yes, you can request a song, Haffy. Absolutely. Yo, Miss Shadow, what's up? I'm holding myself to your story. I literally put it in the title, Shadow. I got nummy coffee. Nice. Fuck yeah. Let's go. So just join that queue there, Shadow. Exclamation point queue join. We'll play a Dragon Harem game. Only if it's I mean, what? Femboys. It's gotta be femboys. It's gotta be like a dragon shifter harem with femboys. Is that fair? I don't write, but I like thinking of character concepts. I mean, that's the same thing, kinda, Salty, right? It's just you being an imaginative, creative person, but, you know, you have no interest in actually, like, writing it down. You just like the concepts of it, right? Get yourself a ghostwriter, Salty. Throw him your ideas. Okay, where's this song, Happy? What about reincarnation cheat abilities? Ever try thinking of those? Like Groundhog Day shit, where it's like you lived your life, but you've lived your life like so many times now. I kind of think of it like Paul Atreides, where it's like you've envisioned every moment of your entire life. Hey, ever thought about ghostwriting? I wouldn't ghostwrite because I like writing my own ideas, but I would consider having someone write stuff for me using my ideas, right? I'm just more of a person to share my ideas. So I'm like, do I really need a ghostwriter? I just share my ideas with everyone. If someone wants to write it, they can write it. I don't think it's like get down and with like a specific, but I mean, if I found someone who was like a really good writer that was like, you know, had the skills but didn't have the ideas, I'd be all down for that. I mean, it's true, Callie. It's true. But I do also want to write my own book. But both things can be true, right? Because I have so many ideas. So I could have like 8 fucking ghostwriters, and I'd still be able to throw ideas at people, right? Like my vehicle summoning cheat, where any vehicle the main character knows about can be summoned within line of sight, having the tech modified to fit the universe's laws while performing as the main character expects it to. Yeah, and then you just conjure up the Enterprise or the Death Star. True, Callie. Alright, are we ready for Haffy's story, guys? Chapter 33. Verdict at Dusk. Here we go. Levi stood in the shadowed antechamber outside the council hall. Oh, there it is, finally. I was waiting for something, I couldn't remember what it was. Camel toe song. Alright.
You're a beautiful girl.
The Star Wars battle station, not a vehicle. At least I think it had to be towed to location. I could be wrong about that though. This is, gotta love these kinds of songs. Song isn't gay enough, true. They actually summoned the Voyager specifically because it can land on a planet where the Enterprise couldn't. But it does that the holographic doctor, so it works perfectly. You want gay? We don't need no Ram Ranch, guys. We don't need no Ram Ranch, okay? No Ram Ranch here. I mean, it's kind of old, right? I mean, it kind of wears off on you after a while, right? It's funny the first time, but it's like, okay, you know. All right. Are we ready? Here we go. Levi stood in the shadowed antechamber outside the council hall, one shoulder against the cold stone, arms folded tight. Okay, I gotta get some sleep. I'll catch y'all later. Alright, sounds good, Salty. Have a good sleep. Thanks for stopping by and hanging out. Always a good time, brother. Take care. Sleep tight. Arms folded tight across his chest. The air down here always tasted metallic, like old blood mixed with the faint burn of truth serum residue that never quite faded from the walls. Orion sat beside him in full manifestation. Massive head resting on paws glowed dimmed to a low silver simmer. The wolf's ears flicked every few seconds toward the sealed doors, listening to sounds Levi couldn't hear. Jade paced 3 steps away, slow, deliberate strides that never quite let her back turn on the entrance. Winter shadowed her every movement, black ice fur rippling like liquid night, frost patterns and patterning the floor in thin, restless veins. Neither of them spoke. They didn't need to. The bond between them thrummed steady and warm, carrying the same coiled tension Levi felt in his own gut. 5 hours had passed since the council took Dylan and Sienna. 5 hours of waiting while alchemists tested the vial, memory weavers probed Dylan's mind, and truth serum burned through whatever lies might still be hiding in his blood. Levi kept replaying the moment Dylan had looked at him in the eye and said, "If I wanted you dead, I could have taken the shot 10 minutes ago." The words still sat like lead in his stomach. He hadn't sensed the hunter at all. Not a whisper of scent, not a flicker of movement. Dylan had been watching him, testing him, and the lead eye had walked right past like a civilian. The man was lying now, if this was all a long con to get inside the walls. Levi's fingers flexed against his biceps. Orion lifted his head, golden eyes meeting Levi's for a single steady second. No growl, just quiet certainty. The doors opened. Horn stepped out first. His gray fur looked more silver than usual under the moonstone sconces. It Exhaustion carved deep lines around his eyes. Behind him came the Hawk Shifter Counselor, wings folded tight, gaze unreadable. Then the Bear Elder with the missing ear. No guards dragging Dylan in chains, no blood on the floor. Torrance stopped 3 paces away, his voice was low, rough from hours of questioning. He speaks truth. Levi exhaled hard enough that it fogged in the cold air. Jade stopped pacing. Winter's growl cut off mid-rumble. Torrin continued. The vial is genuine. New variant, permanent suppression, production ready. The intel he provided over the last 3 months matches every confirmed strike we've prevented. Names, routes, cell, safe houses, all accurate. The memory probes found no deception, no hidden orders from Eston, no kill switch conditioning. He paused, eyes flicking between Levi and Jade. The bond with the Fox girl is real, faded, new but unbreakable. She would have felt any lie. She didn't. Levi felt the tension and his shoulders loosen. Just a fraction. And? Jade asked, voice flat. Torrin's gaze hardened. He is Eston Blade's son. That blood cannot be ignored. But he has committed no act of violence against us. He has in fact saved our lives. Ours and those of the border towns. The council has voted. Dylan Blade is granted asylum. Full amnesty, new name, new records. Protected status within Shiftera. He and Sienna will be moved to secure residence in the upper ring under vigil guard until the suppressant threat is neutralized. Levi let his arms drop. He's free? Not free, Torn corrected. Protected. Watched. If he ever falters, if he so much as thinks of contacting his father, he dies. No trial, no second chance. Good. Because he's gonna do... I know he's gonna fucking... He's gotta do something, right? This is bullshit. I would have killed him. I would have fucking killed him. And I probably would have killed Sienna, too. Jade's lip curled. Maybe proves useful. Torrin's mouth twitched, almost a smile. Then he may yet earn a place among us. A hunter who can no longer hunt has very specific skills. We intend to use them. The doors opened wider. Dylan stepped through first. Still in the hoodie and jeans, pendant gone from his neck, wrists unmarked. He looked exhausted. Dark circles under his eyes, shoulders tight, but he walked upright. Sienna followed, half a step behind. Her ears were up now, tail no longer tucked. When she saw Levi and Jade, she gave a small, trembling nod. Gratitude, relief, maybe both. Dylan stopped in front of them. For a long second, no one spoke. Then Dylan met Levi's gaze. Thank you, he said quietly, for not killing me on sight. Levi studied him. The man still carried the faint chemical ghost of suppressants, but beneath it, cleaner now, was something warmer. Fox, pine, loyalty. Don't thank me yet, Levi said. You're alive because you told the truth. Stay that way. Dylan nodded once. I will. Sienna stepped forward, hesitant, but only for a heartbeat. She looked up at Jade. I know what he is. What he was, she said softly. I know what it means to trust him. But he's mine now, and I'm his. We're not going anywhere. Jade felt her gaze for a long moment. Winter huffed once, low, almost approving, and kept him honest. Then keep him honest, Jade said. Because if he slips, it won't be the council who ends him. Sienna swallowed. I know. And she'd die too, right? Because if one of the Bond dies, both of the Bond die? Torrin cleared his throat. Enough, you're dismissed. Dylan, Sienna, you'll be escorted to your new quarters. Levi, Jade, you're still on verification duty. If anything in his story shifts, you report directly to me. He turned away. The bear guards stepped forward to lead Dylan and Sienna down the corridor. Levi watched them go. Sienna's hand stayed locked in Dylan's, faint gold and shadow thread between them shimmering bright now, stronger, surer. Orion rose, pressing against Levi's leg, warm, steady. Jade's fingers brushed Levi's wrist, brief, grounding. They're real, she said quietly. The bond, the defection, all of it. Levi nodded. Yeah. He looked at her. The bond between them pulsed gold and silver, calm and certain. 5 months. The hunter, defector, and his fox mate now lived inside their walls. A new suppressant was still out there, waiting to be stopped. somewhere in the city, Cale Draven was still smiling that smug smile, waiting for his turn. Levi laced his fingers through Jade's. Ready for whatever comes next? He asked. She squeezed back, hard. Born ready, Orion huffed softly, almost amused. Together they walked out of the antechamber, frost and moonlight trailing behind them, into the snow-dusted dawn. The war had gained 2 more players, and the board was finally starting to tilt. Damn! Alright, so everything's true, I guess. I still don't believe it. I mean, I ain't seen anything to say it's not true, but I don't believe it. I just can't. I can't believe it. No. You can't trust him. Something's wrong. Something's not right. Something's fucked. I just don't see him defecting without his dad killing him. I don't buy it. I don't buy it. But hey, who knows? Who knows, right? Chapter 34. Hearts on Display. Levi slid into the back row of Vayr's lecture hall 5 minutes before the bell. What? No, I read 2 of Happy's chapters. He no longer has his pendant. The Mundane Stone. Oh, shit. Yeah, it's because his chapters are short, Callie, so we read 2 of Happy's chapters. If you were here, you would know that, Callie. Levi slid into the back row of Vayr's lecture hall 5 minutes before the bell. Jacket still dusted with snow from the walk across campus. Orion stayed half manifested, only a faint shimmer of moonlight at his shoulder, invisible to most students, but warm against Levi's skin like a second heartbeat. Jade had gone to meet Torrin about Dylan's new security detail, so Levi was alone for once, which felt strangely heavy after the last few days. The room was already half full. Shifters of every kind sprawled across the tiered benches. Wolves doodling claw marks in notebooks. A lynx girl braiding her friend's tail fur. A pair of bear twins sharing one giant textbook between them. Up front, near the dais, 2 people immediately drew his eye. They weren't subtle. The girl was a peacock shifter, iridescent blue-green feathers. Wait! That's wrong. I'ma be the next Brandon Sanderson.
Why would I be here, you donkey?
True, Callie. Haffy, you know that, like, female peacocks are brown, right? Yeah. Like, female peacocks are like a basic fucking... They're basic ass bitches. They're basic as fuck. It's really unfortunate. That's actually like a huge thing with birds. Is the males are spectacular and the females are just fucking stuck up bitches. Because the males have to do basically everything right, and the females can do whatever the fuck they want. Welcome to life. But just in case you didn't know that, Haffy. Braided into long, dark hair, tail fanned slightly even in human form, glittering every time she moved. The guy beside her was a stag, antler nubs just starting to bud again after last season's shed. Broad shoulders, warm brown eyes that never left her face. She saw so close. They sat so close, her thighs pressed together. Her hand rested open on his knee, his arm draped across the back of her bench, so his fingers could play with the ends of her feathered braid. I know, but fuck that. This is a fantasy world. That's true, Haffy. I just wanted to make sure that, like, you knew that. Every few seconds, one of them would lean in and whisper something. She'd laugh, bright, musical, and they'd grin like he'd personally invented joy. Then he'd press a kiss to her temple, or she'd nuzzle his jaw, or they'd just stare at each other for 3 full seconds like no one else existed. Levi tried not to stare. He failed. The guy noticed. He turned, caught Levi's eye, and flashed a wide, completely unembarrassed grin. First time seeing mates who actually like each other, he called, loud enough that half the room turned. The girl laughed again and swatted his chest. Tabby, hush, you're scaring the new blood. Tabby only grinned wider. Nah, he's not scared, he's jealous, look at him. He's got that I just found my mate and we're still figuring out how to breathe around each other's face. Levi felt heat crawl up his neck. He opened his mouth to deny it, then closed it again because, yeah, that was exactly his face lately. Peacock Girl tilted her head, studying him. You're Levi, right? The Descender? The one Orion picked? Levi nodded once, wary. She beamed. I'm Leora. This is Tarvin, my mate, my heart, my favorite pain in the ass. She leaned over and kissed Tarvin's cheek with an exaggerated smack. We're disgustingly in love. Everyone hates us for it. Everyone wishes they were us, Tarvin corrected, catching her chin gently and kissing her properly. Slow, sweet, completely ignorant to the room. Yeah! 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 Who says? A few students groaned. Someone in the back muttered, Get a den! Another laughed. Levi couldn't help the small huff of amusement that escaped him. Leora pulled back, eyes sparkling. See, even the moon chose and thinks we're cute. Tarvin turned to Levi again. So, you and the Ice Queen, huh? Frost and moonlight. That's some poetic shit. Levi's ears burned. We're working on it. Tarvin laughed, deep, warm. That's how it starts. Tanrin? Wait. Tanrin. But it's Tavrin. Oh, wait, what? I'm so confused. You can't tell me that V makes an N sound. I won't believe it. That's not how English language works. Yeah, I'm like Tavrin. Didn't I say Tavrin? Or am I retarded? I'm probably retarded. That's how it starts. One day you're just surviving. Next day you're looking at her like she hung the moon and you're terrified she'll realize you're not worth it. Then one day you wake up and realize she's looking at you the same way. He squeezed Leora's hand. It took us 3 weeks of circling each other like idiots before we finally admitted it. Leora rolled her eyes fondly. He means he spent 3 weeks following me around like a lost fawn until I kissed him to shut him up. You said Taryn. Oh. My bad. Tavern shrugged. Worked, didn't it? Vare chose that moment to stride into the dais. The room quieted instantly. Settle, the professor said, voice low and caring. Today we discuss fated bonds, not the romantic drivel you read in novels, but the biological and magical reality. He opened the massive tome. A new diagram glowed on the page. 2 overlapping silhouettes, human and feral, linked by silver veins that pulsed like living light. Fated bonds are not sentiment, Vare said. They are convergent. At the deepest level, lunar nodes synchronize. Magic resonance doubles. A bonded pair shifts faster, stronger, heals quicker. They sense each other across distance. They feel pain, fear, joy through the thread. Tapped the diagram, but the cost is high. One dies, the other often follows. Grief could shatter the nodes. If the bond is rejected too long, it twists. Madness. Feral revision. Death. The room went still. Bear's pale amber eyes swept the benches, lingering briefly on Levi, then on Leora and Tavern. Some bonds announced themselves with fireworks, he continued, nodding towards the couple. Others are quiet, patient. They grow like roots, not lightning. Both are real. Both are dangerous. Tavern squeezed Leora's hand. Again, she leaned her head on his shoulder. No shame, no hiding. Levi felt the thread between him and Jade pulse. Warm, steady, alive, even though she was across campus. Bear closed the tone. Pair up. Map your partner's nodes again. This time, feel for any secondary resonance. You have a bond, fated or chosen. You'll sense it. Do not force it. Do not lie about it. The body doesn't know how. Students moved. Whispers rose. Tavern turned in his seat, grinning at Levi. Hey, Moon Boy, you want to pair with us? Promise not to make you watch us make out the whole time. Leora elbowed him. Speak for yourself. Levi hesitated, then shrugged. Sure, why not? He slid down to their row. Tavern clapped him on the shoulder. Good choice. Now, show us your node. We'll show you ours, and maybe we can give you some tips on how not to look so terrified every time your mate walks into the room. Levi huffed a laugh despite himself. That obvious. Leora leaned in, eyes kind. Only to people who've already fallen. You've got that I can't believe she chose me face. It's sweet. Terrifying, but sweet. Tavern nodded sagely. Trust me, the terror never fully goes away. You just learn to like it. Levi rolled up his sleeve. The lunar node beneath his sternum glowed softly. Silver, steady, already threading with faint gold from jade. Leora's eyes widened. Gods, that's strong! You two are already sinking deep. It's because they fucked! Tavern whistled low. Yeah, you're not just fated, you're locked in. No turning back now. Levi swallowed. Good thing I don't want to. Leora smiled, bright, genuine. Then you're already ahead of most of us. Bear's voice carried over the room. Begin! Levi placed 2 fingers over Tavern's node, feeling the steady thrum of stag magic, warm and earthly, laced with bright peacock iridescence from Leora, and the resonance was loud, joyful, almost overwhelming. He understood suddenly why some people found them sickening. And that's exactly why what? Sorry, I'm retarded. I don't know anything. I don't know anything. Don't tell me nothing. I don't know where to go. Don't get not with no. Do not what I know. When you get what you got, I'll do what you say. When you got what I do, what you do. Yeah. Be up in what we got, what we do. Ads be a good one when we got ads. I'll tell you what my ads be when I got your ads. You be what I got with ads. Ads beyond what I know and what I got. When I find out what I have, I'll know it's not an ad, and then I'll know what you got when you add to those ads. Would you go out and add those ads? I'll add your ads with an ad for don't ads with your dad ad. Dad rad Tad fed ads with a dad. I'll add to Tad fed red ads. Dad ads. Oh, hello ads. It's an ad for you. An ad for me. You have an ad. I have no ad. You have 4 ads. I have no ads. Why do you have 10 ads and I have no ads? That's why I don't think we have ads. I don't have ads. I do have ads, but I don't see ads, so I can't get ads if I don't. Why are you so gay? It's the way that God made me. Callie, I am exactly the way I'm supposed to be. Exactly how I'm supposed to be. 3, 2, 1, toke! Oh, you said it's because they fucked, and that's exactly why. True. It wasn't the kissing or the whispering, it was the honesty. They weren't hiding anything. Not fear, not love, not the raw, ridiculous joy of finding someone who fit. I thought of Jade, of frost on the skin, of moonlight on hers, of the quiet way she'd held him last night like he was something worth keeping. His nose flared brighter. Tavrin grinned. There it is. Welcome to the club, Moon Boy. Leora leaned over and squeezed Levi's wrist. When you're ready, bring her to sit with us. We won't bite. Speak for yourself, Tavrin said. They all laughed. Quiet. Real. And for the first time since the chapel, Levi didn't feel like the stray in the room. Felt like he belonged. Damn! Yeah, making friends! Making friends. Let's go. That's what it's all about, right? Figuring yourself out, letting other people help you figure it out, and the only time you ever need anything is when they're there for you. So, this is, I'm guessing you still have one more couple to introduce, because you said there to be 2 more couples introduced in the future. So this is one of them. One more couple left to meet. Yup. Alright, Callie, you're up next. Are you ready, Callie? They're gay? Damn. Fated mates that are gay? But how are they supposed to, like, breed? Wouldn't that actually suck if you were, like, fated mate? Because then you wouldn't, like if you were a gay fated mate, because then you wouldn't pass on your genes? You couldn't procreate? It's like fate chose you to die off. That's actually kind of sad. Fate decided you're not worth carrying your lineage on. That's fucking brutal. That's a fucked up way to think about it. But I mean, hey, it's true, right? It's being gay is literally your genes telling you that you're not worth procreating. Prove me wrong. But you'd think, like, this is the one thing you'd think, like, eventually over a period of time, you'd eventually, like, wear out the gay gene, right? Like, if people, like, think about, like, 150, like, 1,000 years from now. I say it's a population control method. Well, it's a natural population control method. Like, basically, like, 8 to 10% of all animal populations are homosexual in some way because it prevents overpopulation. It's literally like a scaler that you can see it, like, immediately once a population hits, like, the unsustainable level, the only thing that keeps it sustainable is the fact that 10% of the population is homosexual. Yeah, but Happy, adopting doesn't pass your genes on. Right? So you can, yeah, sure, you can adopt and have a kid, but, like, that's not actually you passing your genes on, right? So if no gay people made it at all, you'd think eventually the gay gene would just, like, disappear. Yeah. We're talking, like, straight genetics. Looking at it from purely a genetic perspective, right? Your genes are telling you that you're not allowed to procreate. That's a really fucked up way of looking at it, but on the biological scale, that is essentially what it is. And that's like the emotionality over biology, right? That you could say that's the reason for a higher being, is the fact that we can choose we could choose not to pass on our genes at that point, right? Callie! Come on, it's your turn! Where are you? Callie! Where's your thing? Where's your thing? I'm ordering food, I'm hungry! Okay, but I need your thing. I need your thing! I don't know where it is. 'Cause I don't see it in the Discord. Atavism exists, though. A recessive trait can reappear centuries on. So if someone ages ago was gay but forced to mate, then anyone descended from that union could develop full-on gay traits in the seeming absence of the genetic source. And that would be the wondering, Sean, of the idea is if you removed all of the gay gene, would it pop up again? Would Mother Nature correct itself? And would people just, like, suddenly be gay again? That's, like, the wondering, right? Hey, this is a fantasy. Gender bender potions exist. There you go, Happy. You can write whatever the fuck you want, right? It happens in rats. Yeah, it's like where rats in a certain population will gain a skill, and then rats in a completely unrelated population, like, simultaneously will develop that skill. As if, like, they were all taught with, like, a hive mind. It's like, I don't remember what it's called, but it's a very interesting phenomenon. That's, like, basically, like, quantum entanglement theories and stuff like that. But it doesn't just happen in rats. It's been studied to happen in rats. We think it happens in basically every animal. Including humans. And that's why multiple people at the same time have the same idea for some reason. Alright, is everyone ready for Callie's werewolf ASMR? Boyfriend ASMR. Which brother is gentler? Oh shit, Callie. Let's fucking go.
Look, I can't stand to see you with him anymore. You act as if I've only loved you since the prince admitted his loyalty to you. But I swear, my heart was the first to beat for you.
There was an experiment where scientists provided a perfectly safe environment with abundant food, and after a few generations, you had the pretty boys and handsome girls sticking to their own genders, keeping the population under control in the absence of absolute absence of scarcity. True, Sean. Because when there's no scarcity, there's no reason to fight, and there's, like, no sex drive for anything.
You have no idea what I would do for you, princess. If the moon is what keeps us apart, I would tear it from the skies and make sure the prince never transforms again. I know he's my brother, but I was born to hunt. And seeing as I am after your heart, so too am I after his life. I love you, and if I must murder family to start a new one with you, so be it. What? Yes, I do love my brother, but I can't let him have you. I especially can't let the monster inside him touch you.
Excuse me.
It's about more than saving you from him, though. You have no idea what I'd let go of in exchange for your love. What's this? An enchanted wolfskin? I'm a hunter. What use do I have for this? You want me to let go of my humanity and kill him for you? If that will prove to you that I'll do anything to have you. Of course, my princess. This will be my first time transforming into a werewolf. If I can't control myself. No, I don't want you to run. If this is a test of my humanity, stay with me, and let me show you which one of us is gentler with his touch, even as a monster.
That's solid, bro. That's solid.
I feel like I have a hole in my stomach, and I need to fill it with something. But I know this wouldn't compare to the emptiness I'd feel if I lost you. Remember when we chased the tides your 5th day together?
It's a furry song meme called I'm Not Gay.
Swim, but you came up with a game. The first to be kissed by the water had to kiss the other on the cheek. I have to admit, I'm much faster on my feet than I let you believe. You should go to him now. This is usually when you two dine together, correct? Go, before I lose control. Hello, princess. Hey, what's this mark on your lip? Was he rough with you again? No, it's not okay. He's lived with this curse for far too long not to understand his strength. I've been a werewolf for 1 night, and he's had more than 2 decades. Your body's not something to cover in marks like property. Even though he's my brother, he was made prince. Even though he's been a monster for decades, I have more control. But, princess, do you think the curse is getting to him? Is he losing himself to this? In that case, killing him would be a mercy for both you and him.
True.
Here, I have a healing balm for your injury. It's something my mother would always make for me when I got hurt. Careful with it, it's very strong. Your lips will get numb for a few days, but it keeps the wound from getting infected. Now, you may not feel much for a while, but as for my brother, I'm killing him tonight. Where is the wolfskin? Princess, I need you to relax. I know you're angry. I know he hurt you, but I'm the one who has to make this sacrifice, not you. If you were to turn, I'm not sure if you could take him. And what about your control? We already know I'm capable, but your anger, You think your anger makes you the perfect monster for this? Okay, I trust you. And if you do lose control, I already told you I'm faster than the tides. How much faster is a werewolf? I underestimated her. But when she looked me in the eyes, she knew her anger was misdirected. I'm so proud of her. She even applied Mother's healing balm to my injury. I just wish she took me with her. It's been a few hours. Why isn't she back yet?
She dead?
Princess.
Or did she leave with the brother?
You have my mangled brother in your teeth. Why is he here?
She killed him.
Want me to keep the wolfskin and take his place as prince? I mean,
she's crazy.
We are twins. I guess I could pull this off. The thing is, the only difference between us is that he was always the better swimmer. Could you teach me?
Nice. Nice, Callie. Loved it. What'd you guys think? That was solid.
JP, baby. Yup. You know who it is. Check this shit out. Check it out. Here we go. Yeah. Chillin' with my homies at the Home Depot. Buying screws and nails, manly shit, you know. My homie says to me, what kind of drill you want? So I said I wanted one right in the ass. What? I'm not gay. I'm not gay. It was a joke, guys. Come on. I'm not gay. I like veg more than a porn star scandal. But can I get the drill with the bright pink handle? Playing tackle football with my homies in the park. Had to wrap it up cause it was getting dark. The other team was looking straight scary as shit. But my quarterback, he ain't having
Here, but be right back. Alright, sounds good, Shadow.
Told me no matter where I was at, my priority job was to protect the sack. Okay. So he falls down, he bends over and yells, hike. So I went and grabbed his balls. Huh? I'm not gay. I'm not gay. I'm just doing my job. Step up. I'm not gay. It's not like I was purposely trying to feel it. I just care about the safety of your future children. I'm not gay. I'm not gay. Quit telling me that, man. I'm not gay. Next time, I'll just let your balls get mangled, son. P.S. I didn't know that you were so well hung. Strolling with my homies in West Hollywood. Wasn't my idea because I'm not gay. Dude walks by me with his shirt off and I was like, damn, bitch, you fine. Fuck. I'm not gay, guys, that ain't me. I'm just comfortable with my sexuality. So I can admit when I see a guy who has a handsome face and pretty eyes and a rock hard chest and rippling abs, yeah, and the tightest ass and those sculpted calves and those bulging quads and the perfect bod and oh my god, take your pants off. Fuck it. I'm so gay. I'm fucking gay. I'm the dude wearing nail polish yelling, hey! I'm the dude at the party who will grab your butt. And when you turn around and look at me, I'll be like, what? Yeah, I'm gay. I'm gay. I'm hella gay. I watch Zac Efron movies every Saturday. And normal self-expression doesn't suit me either. That's why my degree is in musical theater. I'm so gay, man.
Why, thank you for that. Thank you for that, Happy. That definitely made my day. Alright, we're going to take a toke, and then we're going to read the entire... Actually, I gotta take a piss, too, and grab some water. Shit. Alright, I'll be right back. And then we're going to read the entirety of the rest of Shadow's book. We just froze when watching that. Alright, here we go. Take this toe! Three, two, one, toke! That entrancing, huh? Yeah, absolutely, Happy. It was so good, it shut my brain off. Alright, here we go. Chapter 22! Are you all ready for this? Witnesses. Willow's perspective. Driving up to our territory, we are greeted by the pack. They are eagerly awaiting to hear what happened. Alpha, was the trip well? Jonah speaks first as we climb out of the truck. It was eventful, to say the least. I glance back at Sterling, unsure of how much detail I should share. Oh, come on, tell us what happened. Is the town in ruins? Did you run into trouble? Mara adds. She seems suspect I'm hiding something. Yes, and you can say that we had some trouble. Leave it to our Alpha to always find trouble. Aiden laughs. Hey now, I don't find trouble. Trouble just seems to find me. Cross my arms in protest. Sterling, as a childish smile pointed at me, and his raised brow shows he disagrees. What? I question. Oh, nothing, Miss Alpha, he chuckles. A grumble in response. Well, Russell steps forward. What all happened? Someone buried my pack before we got there. When we took a break from town, Jake found me. Aiden stares at me tensely, knowing my past with Jake. Jake was feral with 2 other wolves. They ambushed Sterling and I on the way back from the motel. Jake took me while Sterling was fighting the others. I was hung in an old meat factory and Jake carved one of my canines out. What? I didn't tell anyone about that. So Sterling gets worried. I'm fine, it grew back already. I was healing a wound on my side that he caused using a strange dagger. Some of the pack didn't know about Jake, so I filled them in on the details of my past. What did he want your canine for? Mara questions. I'm not sure. He said he only had use for it and no use for me. I clutch my fist at the thought of what he would have done with me if someone hadn't killed him beforehand. And what's that? Hayden points to the medallion around my neck. It's a family heirloom. I hold it in my hand, looking over the carved wolf on the front. I think it's time we let the Alpha get some rest. I'm sure she's exhausted, Elder Benton suggests. I am, and I would like to have a meeting in the morning to go over some news for the pack. I must have been blushing because Mara's expression shows she has an extra idea what I was going to announce. Wait, she pregnant? The fuck? She hasn't even fucked yet. Or is she gonna say, I'm taking Sterling as my mate? That's what it's gotta be. She decided Sterling as her mate. Mara will announce that I'll accept Sterling as a mate. The mating ceremony will be planned then after, and Sterling will soon take his new role as Alpha by my side. We'll be here waiting for you, Alpha. Benton bows his head. Sterling and I drive to the cabin in silence. He wonders what the announcement is, but respectfully waits until I'm ready to discuss it. It's an important decision, and it marks a change for the pack and for us personally. Walking into the living room, I sit on the sofa and call Sterling over. I'm sorry, Sterling. Sorry? Sorry for what? But I kept pushing you away. He says. He stays quiet, allowing me to continue. After losing my family and being tortured by Jake, I built up a wall so high I couldn't even see over it myself. I want you to know I still want to take it slow, but I've decided to give in. If the offer still stands. Is that your way of asking me out? He jokes. I elbow him. I'm not trying to say yes. I'll be your mate if you still want that. I'm trying to say yes. I'll be your mate if you still want that. I want us to wait to mate until the mating ceremony, though. I want nothing more than to be your mate, to be Alpha by your side, even if I have to wait until after you to mate with you. And don't worry, I know you are still in charge. Flashes me a wink and a devious smirk. I roll my eyes at him. I'm sure the elders will have a huge list of things to do beforehand. Finding a mate is one thing, but when an alpha chooses a mate, it's not just two wolves joining as one. There's a change in pack structure. We talk for a few hours more until we pass out. Morning arrives and it's time to meet with the pack. After having some eggs for breakfast, we head down to the hall. Reaching the hall, Elder Russell meets us at the door. Willow, we have a visitor waiting in the meeting hall. A visitor? Yes, it's Alpha Jacob. He's requested to talk to you. We didn't want to wake you, so he's been waiting here all night. He arrived shortly after you returned home. Russell walks us to the small office room while my pack waits in a large hall for me. Waiting for us is Jacob along with Cade. Jacob, is everything alright? I'm unsure of why you would be here alone. Morning, Miss Willow. I'm afraid not. My pack is a mess. A mess? Is that why his pack isn't here with their alpha? Yes, over the last month, we've had 3 wolves turn rogue, but this differs from a normal rogue. They didn't turn feral, but they were acting strange, almost like they had rabies or something. Like they had rabies? Yes, ma'am, they don't seem to have their humanity, but their animal is not in control either. I take a moment to process this new information. Where are these rogues? I'm expecting Jacob to say they were put down, but I'm shocked to hear his response. We don't know. We were chasing them and they vanished. I look at him confused. They were tire tracks where we lost their scent, and we couldn't find them after that. So what, a bunch of rogues got into a truck and drove away, or someone kidnapped them? It would seem so. I don't see any logic as to why or how they disappeared. I came here. Fuck ads! No, not ads, not ads, no, not ads for me. I'm not with 4B ads too. 4B ads worry and dough. Ads! Ads! No! Ads! Fuck! The ads have eaten me. They have also eaten me! There is no more of me! It's only ads left! I don't like ads. I don't want ads. It's not about my ads. How ads are what ads be. Ads, 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 ads are Hell yeah. Praise be to the almighty ads. Yo, Yuri, what's up, brother? What you doing, my man? What you at today, sir? I'm here because I know you've saved a rogue before. So if we find them, I would like to bring them here to see if you could help them. Jacob wore a pleading look. I just woke up. Damn, Yuri. Well, you're kind of just in time. We're reading Shadow's book, but if you want to exclamation point Q join and hit yourself up in that queue, you'd be next up. After you ask our alpha to help with your pack affairs, Cade interrupts. Cade, leave now. Sterling orders. He's no alpha authority yet. but is already in the mindset of being alpha. Exclamation point Q join. There you go. You are not my alpha, Cade shouts. I give Cade a stern glare and Sterling escorts him out of the room with him growling. I apologize, Jacob. That was uncalled for. No need to apologize, miss. I know how hard it is to deal with hot-headed males. It seems you have a lot of them here. You find them, bring them here, and I'll try to assist as much as possible. But no, the only way I can turn a rogue is by marking them. I would have to claim them to my pack. I accept that. A life means more to me than pack members. With that statement, I gain more respect for him. Knowing he's lost pack members, I know he'll need assistance finding the missing wolves. Would you allow me to send one of my wolves to help you search for the rogues? That would be very helpful, thank you. Who are you thinking of sending? Well, I know he will aid it, but Cade is the best tracker aside from Sterling. He will be your best shot at finding them. Will he go, though? Jacob questions. If you need the assistance, he will have a choice. He won't have a choice. Think of it as a punishment for stepping out of line. Sure, any time away from you would be punishment, he chuckles. Thankfully, Sterling isn't in the room, or I'd have another fight on my hands. With a decision made, I call Cade back into the room. He holds his head low, knowing I'm not happy. Cade, Jacob here will continue searching for the missing rogues. I've told him that you would assist him in the hunt. You are to go with Jacob to his territory and help. You'll stay there till I call you back or until they find them. Growls doesn't say anything. He knows he doesn't have a choice. You are to listen to Jacob while you're there, or you won't be allowed back. This is the last chance for Cade to stay in the pack. Asking him to obey an alpha, not of his own, is unnatural but necessary in this situation. We good here, Jacob? I glance over at him. Yes, thank you again, miss. You've been a tremendous help. I'll make sure to update you daily. Thank you, Jacob. Feel free to teach Cade some manners. I'm only half joking. Jacob and Cade leave the room and start their journey back to Wyoming. I join the others to start the pack meeting. I apologize for the delay. It seems like Lake Sky is never dull. If I'm not running around with pack affairs, I'm running from other packs, or now it seems they need my assistance. I try to make light of the events that happened recently. As you are aware, we had a visitor. Jacob came looking for assistance in a rogue issue down in his territory. I've sent Cade to help assist in a search for the missing rogues. Mara giggles at that statement, knowing he didn't go happily. I grin and continue talking to the pack. On a lighter note, I would like to announce that I've decided to make Sterling my official mate. With that, Mara screams with excitement, I knew it! Jonah looks down at her. Shh, don't interrupt the alpha. She covers her mouth and looks at me fearfully. Sorry, alpha, she murmurs. I nod, showing I accept her apology. When the ceremony is complete, Sterling will be your new alpha male. I don't have a date yet, but we aim to get everything in order later in the season. From this time forward, even though he's not an alpha yet, I ask you to give him the respect of an alpha. Take his words as my own. From now on, you won't have to do this alone. I will help with anything you need. Sterling stands close to me, showing support. Oh, I almost forgot. Hayden, you guys will start your classes tomorrow, right? Yes, ma'am. We will be leaving in the morning for orientation. Hayden confirms. Very well. Try not to cause any problems. I give him a stern look his way. Concluding the meeting, I walk with Sterling back to the cabin. Taking the long way, we follow the shore of the lake. You know Mara is going to want to plan the ceremony. Good, then I won't have to, I laugh. Hey, I've been thinking. That's scary, he chuckles. Oh, shush. I thought now that Hayden and his friends are starting college, I would like to get them a vehicle so they don't have to walk. They have been through a lot, and I would like to get them something. Yeah, are you thinking one for each, or they can all use? We sit on a fallen log and talk. Perhaps one they can all use. Maybe two? Would you like to help look? Of course! When do you want to go? We can head into town in the morning. That way, we can avoid Mara's planning and just go for one more day. I'm excited about the ceremony, but do not look forward to planning it. Reaching home, we get things in order for tomorrow. Agreeing on a budget, Sterling offers to give up the truck he got from the tavern owner. He has been considering getting a new truck, as the older one is not his style. In the morning, we'll look for a new truck for Sterling and a SUV for Hayden's friends while Hayden takes the old truck. Your breakfast is ready, Sterling hollers from the kitchen. Stretching, I crawl myself out of bed, making my way down to the dining room. Sterling has a full 5-star breakfast on the table. Eggs, steaks, potatoes, and pancakes on the side. You would think he was feeding the entire pack with the amount of food he made. You know, I'm not starving, right? I know, I would never allow that. I shake my head at his cocky response. Walking to Anchorage, we go to a few auto shops after eating enough to last me a month. Almost immediately, we find an SUV. An older SUV that seats 8. Afterwards, we head to Sterling's restaurant so we can check on things. He hasn't checked on it since he took me for dinner a few months back. We walk to the next auto lot, taking our time. My baby! He points at a brand new truck that looks almost identical to his old one. After he falls in love with the upgraded baby, we tow the SUV behind it back to town. We park the SUV and old truck in front of the new apartments and wait while they arrive until they arrive home. About an hour later, they walk up looking confused. Alpha, Hayden questions. Don't worry, you're not in trouble. He sighs with relief. Thought you guys could use something to get to and from class. Wait, these are for us? His friends and him run over to the vehicles. Willow, this is too much. It isn't just for me. Sterling is going to give you the truck. I look at Hayden for his expression. Hayden opens the driver's side door, feeling the leather seats, and he looks back at us. Running back, he embraces me with a tight hug. Sterling lets out a growl for touching me. Sorry, Alpha. Hayden jumps back. Hey, don't be afraid of him. He knows not to touch you. I laugh at the reaction he gave Sterling. Looking at Sterling, I find him staring intensely at me. After giving Hayden and his friends the keys to their new vehicles, Sterling and I return home to a small car. Sterling and I return home to a small car was parked in the driveway. That was page 428. Rip needs a coma. needs a comma. Sterling and I returned home. It needs something. I don't know how a comma's gonna. To a small car was parked. To a small car. X the was parked in the driveway. It was. That was. 428. 428. It's the second paragraph. Last part of the line. Who's that? Are you expecting anyone? Sterling questions. Stepping out of his new truck, the scent informs me precisely the visitor is. Mara, I tell Sterling. Willow, a high-pitched voice rang out as she came running and jumping on me. Sterling growls again. It's someone touching me. Sterling, you better back down. This is my girl and we got planning to do. Mara barks at him. I snort at the sight of a tiny woman taking on such a large opponent. And though Sterling is acting alpha, I can see the fear in his eyes. That's all on you. I'll let you guys do your thing. I'll head out for a few hours or so. That way you can have the cabin to yourself. Throws his hands up in defeat. Good. Bring food when you come back, Mara calls out while pushing me into the house. Where's your kitchen? We need a snack while we work. Mara runs back to her car and grabs a large binder. These are the plans I had for my mating ceremony. Elder Russell will meet with us in about an hour to review the alpha transition when Sterling becomes your mate. I look at the binder, which looks heavier than me. Are you sure we need all of this? Of course! She opens the first section. Location. First, we need to look for a location for the ceremony. The entire pack will attend, so we need something large enough. Would the meeting hall work? It could, but maybe something more elegant? Mara suggests. The only place I know large enough is Sterling's restaurant on the pier. Mara gasps. Sterling owns a restaurant. What's the name of it? Tranquility Grove. Mara quickly gets her phone out to look the place up. Willow, this is perfect. How can we never go there? I'm sure you get the mate discount. She winks at me. I'll let Sterling know we want to hold the ceremony there. Call him up. Tell him we want food from his place when he returns. I laugh, grabbing my phone to make the call. After asking Sterling to be our delivery boy, we open the binder back up. Now that we know where, Mara starts looking at the decor options. Most of them are too fancy for my taste, but she insists that it is a must for an alpha to go all out. I agree to allow her to choose the decor, telling her to just surprise me. A knock at the door interrupts her chatter on colors and flowers. Mara jumps and runs to the door, opening it for Russell. Come in! Mara's voice is still high-pitched. Russell looks back at me. I nod, confirming that he may come in. Russell sets down a small stack of paperwork. Thankfully, it's less than Mara's ceremony codebook. Evening, Alpha. Evening to you, Elder. I prepare for the lecture to discuss the importance of an alpha and their mate. I'm sure you'll be happy to know that there is not too much you must do personally. Sterling, on the other hand, will have to take an oath, not just to you, but to the pack as an alpha. Unlike you, where you got the role from battling the old alpha, he is joining an already ranked alpha. Here, he hands me a typed-out letter. You will be the one to read this. Memorize it. The pack will be there not only to accept the new alpha male, but to witness him taking the oath. Once he is alpha alongside you, he will help with pack affairs, including pack meetings. He hands me a file. Inside... You're almost done with my novel and I'm barely done writing 2 more chapters of mom banging. But I figured out the 3 main characters at least, and their roles. Hell yeah, Yuri, it just means at some point in time, we need either new viewers with new books, or I'm gonna finally actually gonna get to sit down and do a full outline of Stoner Girl Evolution. Holy shit. I might actually be able to start writing. He hands me a file. Inside a stack of papers listing all the homes and businesses in my name, and Sterling's in a separate stack. Once you accept him as your mate, as the alpha male, all assets will be moved into both your names. Review these with Sterling and ensure you don't want to keep some properties in personal accounts. It's your choice. Shit, can't let that happen. I need to write faster. True, Yuri. True. Or you need to go find some writing friends and prompt them to get into the stream, so we have more books to read. You can coax them in by telling them I'll buy their book, if it's published. After going over some more odds and ends, Sterling walks in. In hand, he has bags of takeout from his restaurant. I get a tip for delivering, right? He sets the bags on the table kitchen counter. Depends on what you brought us. Mara wastes no time and pushes me aside to get the food. Opening everything, she discovers salads, pasta, and some baked salmon in one sack. In the next bag, she takes out garlic bread, roasted vegetables, and what smells like chocolate cake topped with gold flakes. Mara begins to drool. Can you teach my maid how to cook this? It smells so delightful. If I teach him my recipes, my restaurant will be out of business. Sterling stares at Mara. Fair, but you better bring more food next time. Mara grabs a fork and begins to stuff her face. Hey, that's not all yours, Sterling grumbles. It's like you're eating for 2. I joke. She gives me a look. Wait, Mara. Shh, don't tell Jonah. She drops the food, embarrassed. Are you gonna tell him? Still got like 20 chapters of my first book. At least you have a first book, Happy. I don't have anything. Nitch, nilch, zero, zip, zilch, bitch, nope, nada, nope, nothing. I will. In time. I was pregnant once before, years ago. We lost the baby. I want to be sure it won't happen again before I get his hopes up. That's understandable. I'm sorry. I'll be here if you need me. Thank you, Alpha. Mara hugs me and begins cleaning the food off the floor. Wait. She drops the food. I was like, wait, her food, she was eating off the floor, and I was like, I missed something. I was not recalling. I was so shocked I didn't register she drops the food. Sterling kneels down to help her. You don't need to help, Alpha. Just because I'm going to be Alpha doesn't mean I won't help members as needed. It's not like being Alpha makes you royalty or something. I chuckle at that comment. Times, it really does feel like they treat me like royalty. Like I'm something fragile. That night, Mara and I talked about her plans once she tells Jonah. I remind her that she's going to need some extra hands at the bakery once she has a little one running around. Going through her excessive contact lists on her phone, she starts to get an idea of who she can ask for help. After we start talking about baby names and what she wants her baby shower to look like, I'm unsure how my ceremony planning has turned into a baby planning, but I'm happy with the subject change. Are you gonna give Sterling a child once you've mated? Mara whispers. Sterling overhears and almost chokes. Perhaps we will see what the future holds. I'm not rushing it. She stares at me, trying to read between the lines. She leaves a little while after, leaving me with a mess of papers I need to review. Over the next week, Sterling and I go over everything, from memorizing the necessary information to getting a head start on the pack affair. Today, Jacob calls. Each day, Jacob calls. So far, nothing new. Day and night, they look, but haven't found any leads on where they are. Tonight, he should contact me within the hour. An hour rolls by, then another. He's never been late on the call, but perhaps they found a lead. Deciding that was the cause, I carry on with my day. Uh-oh. At least hopefully maybe Cade dies. If everyone else dies, fuck Cade. I mean, what? I'm willing to sacrifice Jacob to make sure that Cade dies. I'm a piece of shit. Sorry. When I have enemies, there's a lot of collateral damage. Deciding that was the cause, I carry on with my day. Since Mara has come by again, I'm helping her plan a little more. And time gets away from us. It's 9 at night before I realize how late it has gotten. After Mara leaves, I pick up the phone and call Jacob. There's no answer. Everything alright? Sterling walks into the kitchen while I hang up the phone. Perhaps. I don't know. I called Jacob, but he didn't answer. Well, it's late. Try again in the morning. Agreeing, I head to bed early. Waking up, I attempt to call again. This time someone answers. Hello? Willow? The man on the other end queries with a raspy voice. Yes, who is this? Name's Cedric. I'm Jacob's beta. And where's Jacob? Cedric pauses. We're not sure. What? What do you mean? Can I speak to Cade? I'm sorry, we can't find him either. Yup. They've been turned by the darkness! I don't say anything. So, think about this. This was my thought. If Willow can turn people to her pack with a howl, can the Shadow turn people feral with a howl? I don't say anything. Jacob and Cade are missing now. Sterling is standing over me, listening to the call. What happened? Where were they when they went missing? They got a tip about a van that was seen in our territory. They went to investigate and haven't been seen since. I've been filling in as Alpha while the scouts search for them. I'll get a plane ticket and come help, Sterling offers. No! I find my voice again. I'm not risking any more of my wolves, especially not the soon-to-be alpha male of my pack. She's right. We have a lot of wolves already in the field. We will contact you when we get an update. Willow, we will find them. Cedric speaks calmly. Sterling takes the phone from me. If your pack needs anything, please call and ask. We are in this together now, Cedric says to Sir Sterling over the phone. Thank you. And same to you, Sterling ends the call. Are you okay, hon? Am I okay? I'm not sure. How can I be okay with knowing I put Cade in this situation? If I had forced him to go, he wouldn't be in danger or worse. Hon, talk to me, please. Sterling moves us to the couch, and we sit together. Call for an emergency meeting in 30 minutes. I glance at him with worry. I don't know if I'm okay, but I do know that I need to notify the pack. Taking some time, I consider what I will announce to the pack. We meet the pack in the hall with most of everyone. Hayden and his friends are in class, so we will notify them when we get back. Walking in, the pack is loudly talking to one another. Attention! The pack grows silent within a second. I have called you guys here to talk to you about an event that took place last night. We have been notified that Jacob and Cade have now gone missing. The pack gets louder, and I clear my throat to get their attention once more. Jacob's pack is looking for both of them. When they get any leads, they will contact me. For now, I'm choosing to not send any more wolves out. I will contact the other packs that have come here to meet me and see if someone has any information that can help with the search. Are there any questions? Everyone starts talking. One at a time, please. Mara, you first. Did they believe they turned rogue, or were they kidnapped? Mara asks, standing next to Jonah. At this point, we're unsure. However, with how fast they disappeared, it's more likely that they were kidnapped. And if they can't find them, Russell questions, we will send scouts to assist if they can't find them. At this moment, I won't risk any more of my wolves without more information on how to handle this safely. I pause for a moment. For the time being, I would like to double our border patrol. I want all able-bodied men to help out. We will rotate members out daily. I want to make sure this issue doesn't move its way here. We need to be on high alert for rogues and any suspicious activity. I'll be damned if someone is kidnapping in my territory. Concluding the meeting, Sterling and I join the first patrol. Taking to our fur, we run to the border, checking every inch of it. We spend the entire night on high alert. Hayden and his friends meet us at the woods to switch out. We fill them in on the situation. The plan is to have them out on the weekends when they have no school. Following week, I still have no update on Cade nor Jacob. If there is no information by next week, I will send out our scouts to assist. The fact that they haven't found them dead meant something. Meant someone most likely wanted them alive. Hayden and his friends are working on some after-school activities over the next few days. My guess is girls. Knowing those guys, Sterling and I are heading to his restaurant tonight for dinner. We need a break from the constant worrying. We are halfway through dinner when I receive a phone call from Hayden. Willow, you there? We need you. We fucked up. I'm sorry. Hayden, slow down. What happened? What did you do? I hear heavy breathing on the other side of the line. Hayden, answer me. Something is here. Something saw us. Shift. I'm sorry. Hey, let's talk in my office, Sterling suggests. After getting into the office, I order Hayden to continue. Something broke into the school. It scared the hell out of us. Justin and Lucas shifted. There were 2 students with us. They saw them shift, Willow. What should I do? I'm sorry. I try to keep my anger from showing. How can they let someone see them shift? Where are they now? Sterling stands behind me, his office desk, with an irritated look. I know it isn't directed at me, but I begin to feel bad for the boys once Sterling gets his hands on them. They are running. The 2 guys are chasing them. I'm following behind. Are they in their fur or running on foot? Fur. They are along the train tracks near the college. What do we do? It's not far. Meet us. I'll howl so you know the direction. Sterling and I rush to a large vacant lot, and I strip. Shifting, I call for them. Waiting for a howl back, I shift back and get dressed. What's the plan here? They won't be able to keep our secret, Sterling asks. To be honest, I have no clue. Witnessing someone's shift usually ends up with them being killed or protect our kind. I only see 2 options. Turn them or kill them. It isn't long, and we can see them along the tracks. This feels wrong too. I'd say it isn't long until, not and, but you know, that's just me. With the 2 witnesses close behind, even though we are not faster than humans. Even though we are faster than humans, they have seen some of us shift. There's no running from that. Reaching us, both Lucas and Justin cower behind me like scared pups. If I was in my fur, they would be licking my face in submission. I hold up my arms, motioning for the 2 others to stop. Look! Stop! Look! We just want to talk! I call out. Talk? I found them first. Their skins would be worth millions. No one will believe us if we don't have proof. One of them stares. Alternatively, it wasn't long after that when we could see their tracks. True, Sean. Yeah, I'm sorry that will be happening to my wolves. They can hear the anger in my voice. Look, I'll be kind enough to give you option. Either I can turn you into one of us, or Wolf Law states you will be executed. I pray that they choose the first. I'm not a killer, but I can't risk humans knowing we exist. Nor will other alphas tolerate letting them go. You're wolves. I found them first. The closer one calls again. This guy's starting to piss me off. Yes, mine. Unlike you, I alone control them. On cue, Justin and Lucas snap at them, snarling with teeth bared. I hold out a hand to block them from moving forward to keep eye contact with the one closest. Hayden and Isaac watch. They look at each other. What happens if we choose to be one of you? We just turn into dogs and run around? If I turn you, you will have one day to grab your personal items. Then you will report to me in the morning. So what? This tiny lady is in charge. Why should we listen to you? Irritation grows with every word coming out of his mouth. Lunging at them, my body morphs, landing at their feet. Both of them fall to the ground, head held high. I stand, growling over them. Okay, okay. Looking back at each other, they agree. We choose to live. After they agree to let me change them, I take my paw and claw the first one. Hey, we chose to be changed. Don't kill us. Ignoring him, I claw the second one as he cries out in pain. Instantly, I feel the connection. Shifting, I glare at the two. You will find me tomorrow morning. I use Alpha Authority to order them. They flinch in pain from the power I projected them. The feeling you have is the authority I have from being an Alpha. She is your Alpha now. You will obey every word that comes out of her mouth. Is that understood? Sterling growls. You are late. We will hunt you down. You will not tell anyone what you saw or what you are. Disobeying is punishable by death. I bare my teeth in a threatening snarl over their prone bodies as I bark out my commands. Understood. They stand up, brushing themselves off. You will address her as Alpha, Sterling states. The boys gulp. My name is Willow. What are your names? I ask the two. Pierce, and this is Voss. Voss is the youngest of the two. With short blonde hair, is dressed ready for the beach. Pierce is in a cut-up pair of jeans and a tight blue shirt with dark hair. Pierce is the one who's been talking. I have yet to hear Voss speak. I watch him for a moment, trying to read him. He's mute, Pierce says. Fucking ads! God damn, we're so close to the end of the book. We're so close. I'm so excited to be at the end of the book. It's the end. We're getting near the end. The end is important to be near the end. At the end. The end of it all. The end of it all will be what it is. Oh. Turning the red eyes for blood. What? No, it cannot be! It shall not be! You cannot do this to us! No! Do not take us down into that froth where there is not what can find! I know to thee, I see what it is in your eye that it'll never be. I know what you can do to me, but I'll never do to you. That's why. It's only a claw mark, so don't worry if you're just shy, bro. Fucking mute. That's interesting. Not every day you meet a mute. Three, two, one, toke! We are so close! I look back at Pierce is the one who's been talking. I have yet to hear Voss speak. I watch him for a moment, trying to read him. He's mute, Pierce says. I look back at Pierce and nod. I will see you in the morning. I lead the others back to Lake Sky while Sterling escorts the two wolves. Getting back to the town, I ask Hayden to follow me to the meeting hall. Along with the elder, we sit at the table. Willow, do we want to know why you are calling for a meeting again? Russell knows something is up. There was an incident. 2 college students witnessed Justin and Lucas' shift. What? They all yell, obviously pissed at the information I just gave them. With a growl, I take back control over the room. Hayden, could you tell me why you allowed someone to see you guys shift? Something was in the school. Some beast. It had the same scent as the bulls, the ones that killed my pack. It looked like a giant snake and scared the hell out of us. Before we knew it, flight or fight kicked in. We didn't know the other 2 were in the room with us until it was too late. Hayden gulps, keeping his head down to show submission. I take some time to think about what I have just heard. Another beast. Hearing that, the animal in me starts to stir. Willow, your eyes are red again, Hayden whispers. Shaking my head, I clear my mind. Hayden, show me where you saw the beast. I stand from the table and hold the door open so we can follow. Reaching the college, he takes me to the gym. It's getting late, so there is little to no one here. I asked Sterling to stay with the pack before we left. Hayden points to the back where the floorboards look burnt. I take in the scent of the air, the same scent that came from the bulls. Willow, there is something else you should know. When the beast appeared, no one else saw it. The 2 who saw us shift didn't seem to notice the beast. My guess is that they can't see this mark either. Our conversation is interrupted when a teacher comes across us in the gym. May I ask what you guys are doing here? Gym's closed for the night. The woman who caught us is wearing a tight gray shirt and a purple blouse, her face framed with black thin glasses. Sorry, ma'am. I was trying to show her the grounds. She looks me over. Well, this is a private college. Students, teachers, and volunteers only. Can't leave Hayden alone with what they saw. How would one become a volunteer, I question. We have a few different opportunities for volunteers. Most popular ones that people choose are teacher assistant and campus security. It's the role of campus security. That seems like a better option. I don't want to be a teacher's pet. Campus security patrols the halls to ensure there is no one fighting in the school's property and watches the businesses when needed. We have a few shops on the grounds. Sometimes we get troublemakers who try to steal. We will hold them until the police arrive. That sounds like something I could do. Where would I sign up for that? Some paperwork needs to be signed at the front office. Then we will call you to let you know if you're accepted. She shows us where the forms are. Taking them, Hayden and I head back to Lake Sky. I go straight to bed to get some rest before tomorrow. After asking the elders to help clean before one of the empty apartments from the new wolves, sleeping turns out to be as challenging as the nightmares haunt me for hours. Willow, the new wolves are here. I have them in the meeting hall waiting for you. Hayden sits on the porch, waiting for Sterling and I. Alright, I'm gonna take a toke because we're on to the final chapter. Chapter 23. Found her. Is that gonna be the grandma? Is that gonna be the grandma? Is that gonna be the grandma? Oh shit! Who knows? 3, 2, 1, tote! No, I didn't read the POV. Prince? Who the fuck is Prince? Alright, new character. Fuck, it's cold. Tell me again, why are we out here, Prince? Maverick, the Prince, has always explained this to you. She's out here somewhere. We have to find her. Yeah, I know, Archer. Why does she have to be out here in the snow? Maverick complains, shivering from the chill. Oh, come on, Maverick. There is only, like, what, 2 feet of snow out here? Cleon, you're tall. You don't have to wade in this shit like we do, Maverick huffs. Pull it together, guys. We have a job to do. Yes, Prince. Sorry, they called out. Forest is pitch black out here. I know we were close. I can feel her near. Every muscle is tense with the anticipation of finding her. She's hard to find, I'll give her that. We found traces of her in Montana, but like magic, she vanished. So, Prince, what will happen when we find her? Maverick questions. We will take her home, right? Angel, you touch her without my permission, you lose your hand. I don't make eye contact with him. I'm too focused on this pull I'm feeling. Only my hand. That might be worth it, Angel chuckles, but he quickly shuts up after I shoot him with a death glare. The night gets colder as time goes on. I can sense a storm coming in. The snow is still falling, and I'm beginning to agree with Maverick. I could do without this snow. The pull is getting stronger. She's close. Incoming! Looks like Drake or Zarin have found something, Cleon tells the group as they come running through the forest. They stop just shy of me. Cleon, Drake, and Zarin all normally stay behind the other at the order. However, I needed extra help to find this girl. Prince, we found her. Drake is out of breath when he reaches us. She's in a truck. It looks like they're heading to Fairbanks. My voice was frigid. I'm unsure why, but the thought of her with someone else makes my blood boil. Yes, Prince. There is a man with her, Zarin adds. Oh shit, is this guy gonna try and be like, no, we're fated mates. I'm gonna mate with you. Fuck Sterling. And there's gonna be like some fucking back and forth shit here. Oh, I'm so excited for this shit. We gonna get a threesome on? She like, nah, you were both my man. Fuck this. I need the double dickin'. Let's do it. We follow the road to a bend, waiting for a chance to spot her. My eyes are glued to the opening of the grove, waiting for a moment I can lay witness to her myself. We've been searching for this woman for years. She's always one step ahead of us. I'll give her credit. No one has ever been able to hide from us like this. As I begin digging my nails into the tree I lean against, the truck drives by. Something in me starts to go feral. As the truck drives by, I feel the pull, a tether connecting me to that woman in the passenger seat. Her gaze meets mine and sparks ignite. Prince, did you see that? She saw us! Maverick jumps in front of me, making sure I'm paying attention. How did she see through the veil, Prince? Archer adds to Maverick's question. Being a royal, everyone around me should have been hidden from the outside world. Royals have a veil, a cloak of sorts, that can only be seen from the inside. I'm not sure, though I would like to know what else she can do. Plans have changed. We will watch her for a while. I want to learn more about this she-wolf. So that's why she keeps feeling like she's being watched and she's like looking over in directions, but she doesn't see anything there. It's because it's these guys stalking her. We walk through the forest in the direction the truck left. Finally reaching Fairbanks, we find the truck parked outside of a hotel. Prince, we've been walking forever. Let us get a room for the night and follow him tomorrow, Archer suggests. I suppose, Drake, Cleon, Zarin. I want you guys to report back to the Order. Let them know we found her. When you return, I want an update on how things are going there. Yes, Prince. We will leave first thing in the morning. Drake bows his head and heads into the lobby to get the rooms. He returns a few minutes later with a disappointed look. Painted on his face. No more rooms. Looks like it's another night in the woods. Another? Come on. We have been out here for hours, Maverick groans. You guys can't find a different hotel for the night? I will stay here so we don't lose her again. Aw, we can't stay and watch with you? Angel pouts. He's always been the sexual type. It has been centuries since we had females around. Our kind's females died out a very long time ago during the Dark War. After the war, those of us remaining banded together, creating the Order. To take to the woods outside the hotel. Nice lore drop there, love that shit. To take to the woods outside of the hotel. But wait, centuries? I didn't know they lived that long. I didn't know shifters lived that long. What kind of shifters are they, though? Are they dragon shifters? Didn't you say the dragons live, like, longer lives? I take to the woods outside the hotel while the others leave for the night. Instantly, I find her room. The connection is strong, though I wonder if she feels feels it too. I stay in the shadows of the trees, but I feel her eyes on me, off and on throughout the night, fighting everything in me not to just walk up there and take her as my own. Why do I feel like this? My job is to take her back to the order, not fall for her. After she eats dinner on the balcony, she turns the lights off to sleep. Still outside, I hear her tossing and turning in bed. I jump up on the balcony and check on her, looking in through the glass doors. I can't help but think she's the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. She's not even one of us. She's a shifter. A wolf. Sharp moan comes from her. Not a pleasurable one. She's in pain. I quietly sneak into the room, placing my hand on her shoulder. Almost instantaneously, her painful moans stop. She's still under my hand. Her skin is silky and warm. I walk back to the door and stand there a while, just watching her while she sleeps. I freeze as her gaze locks with mine. I feel an electrifying pulse through me. I think she felt it too. The tether between us is getting more vital within the second. I found myself moving closer to her. That was a mistake. She screams when I take the first step. Was I wrong? Did she feel nothing? She looks away while I bound out the door and off the balcony. I take shelter behind the trees, watching her from a distance. The following day, I meet with Maverick, Archer, and Angel. I overheard them. They are heading to the North Pole. We will follow them out. We just found her. I won't lose her now. I relayed to them. So that was like the way earlier time when she saw that shadow and she's been seeing things. Okay, yeah, no, I clearly remember that shit. And she was like freaking out. Reaching the town, we find... So could this be the one that like got into this thing with Sterling? The shifter that got into the fight with Sterling at the bar? No, because he'd be the drifter that was telling everyone about her powers. Could this guy be spreading word about her powers? Or is that how he learned about it? Spies are everywhere! Archer looks into the truck. Nah, but that was something you missed. It was Jake. Oh, Jake was the one who was telling everyone everything about her? That kind of makes sense. I wouldn't have thought Jake's the bar guy. I should have guessed that. My guess, she is doing something stupid, Maverick whispers. Looking where he pointed, we find her walking into a barn filled with animals. She does know she's a predator, right? Archer begins walking to the barn. Angel takes a step forward and grabs Archer's arm. Nah, let him go in. I want to see how this pans out. I have a feeling it's not going to end well. However, I want to keep my distance. The last thing I need is to spook her, causing her to vanish again. I will keep to the shadows. I don't want them to know we are following them. Not yet. We follow to the back of the barn, watching through the barn windows. Everything is going well. Well, he had a scar on his face. One that Willow caused. I forgot that Willow scratched his face. She scratched too many people's faces. Stupid bitch. I mean, what? Well, that is, until they walk near the reindeer that are hooked up to a sleigh. As we expected, they start going crazy. The sleigh takes off down the road. The she-wolf surprises me once again. What is she doing? Maverick whispers while we jump and hide from them. She's giving us a show. Angel groans with a lust in his voice. What the hell is she doing? She begins stripping in the stall next to us. A moment later, she shifts, jumping through the window. They chase after the runaway sleigh. Archer, Maverick, follow them. Stay out of sight. I command. Both take off, leaving Angel and me here for when they come back. We wait in the woods for a while. Prince, the scent is driving me crazy. Angel walks back to the stall window and glances at the pile of clothes on the floor. Walking up behind him, he jumps through the window. What are you doing, Angel? Angel picks up her clothes, inhaling her scent deeply. That's how her clothes got stolen. Oh my god. Why is it so sweet? How is this scent not driving you crazy? Why am I so drawn to a wolf of all creatures? Angel questions. When you're done invading her privacy, I'll be waiting in the trees. Doesn't take long till they return. Angel jumps out the window just as they reach the stall. They don't see us, but seem upset. I look over at Angel, who is trying not to laugh. What did you do? Doesn't say a word. Instead, he points at a bush, hiding under the shrub or both wolves' clothes. You didn't. Angel, why? I told you last chapter, answers a lot, but then adds more. Yeah. He chuckles. I so did, and that's why. He nods at the wolves, now running back to their truck. Follow close behind, staying out of sight. She does the unthinkable. She shifts and is now naked, jumping into the seat. My eyes follow the curves of her body. Her movements sing to me like a song only meant for me to hear. I'll give you an A for the show, though there will be repercussions for your actions, I groan. Oh, come on, you know you want to eat her up as much as I. He's got a point. Seeing her naked body only awakens a feral beast in me more. Something protective. I'm blind to everything but her. Following the truck, we leave town. Prince, the storm is getting bad, Maverick warns. Wind and snow begins getting stronger as the night passes. Wading our way through the underbrush and snow, we lose sight of the truck. Perhaps we find shelter, he begs. Not until we know the direction she's heading. Speed up. We need to find the truck. Finding it, we stand there, staring at it. Sadly, it seems to have lost a war with a tree. Running closer, I find the cab empty. She's not far. I can still sense her. Her tracks lead south. A few hours into our journey, we notice they've stopped at a shallow cave to take shelter. We stayed the night while I had the boys go out on a hunt. Oh, and then there's a rabbit! That's where the rabbit comes from! I knew they would be hungry, so we caught a rabbit. Leaving it raw grossed me out, but they are wolves. I know they don't mind. Once morning, we wait till they eat, then let them lead the way this time, unsure of where they are heading from here. They have to be dragons, right? Because the dragons wouldn't eat raw meat if they could cook the meat, right? But they have to be shifters, but they did say they're shifters, so are these guys not shifters? Are these humans? But they have to be like, are they like vampires? Because they're like so old in age? I don't know. I have so many theories. It's still snowing, and all I can hear is Maverick complaining about the cold. Prince, look! Angel nods to a lake. And once again, we get a show. She's trying so hard to stay upright that I can't help but laugh. After watching her fall a few times, we decide to make sure the area is safe ahead. A few hours into our trek, we come across a small cabin. Vampires wouldn't have an issue with raw meat, since that's the only way to get blood out of it. I guess that's true, Sean. I don't know what they are. I mean, they could be herbivores, but then why would they even care about raw meat to begin with? Why would they even say meat? They would just say meat, right? Not just specifically raw meat. I'm like, everything here is pointing to them to being dragons. I'm just gonna, my canon in my head right now is that they're shifter dragons. A few hours into our trek, we come across a small cabin. We're checking it out. We find it's been abandoned for years. Salamanders, maybe? That's a good idea, yeah. There you go, Sean. That's smart. That's a compromise right there. A few hours into our trek, we come across a small cabin. After checking it out, we find it's been abandoned for years. We relax for a little, gaining energy for the next run. I send Maverick out to gather some firewood, finding a box of matches and a mug with some tea packets in the house. I place them in the cabinet for our she-wolf to find. We slip into hiding just as they arrive. A bit later, we follow them into the woods and come to a town north of Anchorage. This must be her packlands. I notify the Order that we are going to be staying in the area for a while. It's not time yet to introduce ourselves to our lovely she-wolf. Over the next couple of weeks, we learn everything we can about her. Either that or they've been living as humans for so long that eating raw meat is no longer natural for them. That could be true, Sean. So far, she's proving herself. We're about to step in to help her with a cleansing when she somehow takes down both beasts on her own. We only arrive at the end of the battle. Sadly, there are casualties. During the cleansing, we learn that she also has the ability to claim packs. My boys are beginning to drool over the she-wolf. I know I shouldn't, but I'm starting to get jealous. I don't know if it's because we haven't had females around in centuries, or if it's something primal. It's spring when Willow leaves for a small town, and of course we follow. That's when Archer comes racing into our little camp we made here. Anger and fear washes over me, knowing I'm not ready for what he's about to say. She's gone! I'm sorry, Prince. We lost her. Shit. Shit. Did that mean, like, she got kidnapped? Did she go to Scout? But then it's Anchorage, right? So it's not in Wyoming. But it's like, To be continued. Thank you for reading. Willow's story in the battle between worlds continues in a new upcoming book. Thank you for your support. Anytime, Shadow. That was amazing. Holy shit. That was such a ride. I love it. From humble beginnings of just having a good time to think of it, it's the POV of when they went to the North Pole. Yeah. Cliffhanger, evil, well done. You know, family being just like being promised and not knowing, then being rejected, then being given, then leaving, having your family taken away on like basically your prom night. Being taken by Jake, you know, having to escape, getting recaptured again, having to have your own pack, like killing the Alpha, trying to find the Summit pack, like, so much fucking happened, like, holy shit. And you can definitely tell Willow is a completely different person than when she was at the beginning. Oh, if there was a salamander shifter, wouldn't cook meat instantly in their mouths. Never thought of that before. Meat cooking instantly in their mouths. Yeah, I could see that. Yuri's next. Yup, Yuri's up next. I'm gonna give it a 7.5 and not an 8.5 because there's not enough smut. It edged me way too fucking hard and ruined me because of like the like rape stuff. Even though it never really happened, it was like edging with that, right? It's like, oh my god, just stop the tension with that, even though that's really good, right? But yeah, I'd say 7.5. Absolutely solid book. I'm excited for more. Alright, Yuri! It's meant to be a slow burn, so that's how it's supposed to be. Yeah, time for Yuri. We're gonna wait until ads, Yuri. You're gonna have to deal with ads. I give it a 9.2, and mainly because I'd have preferred a pack of mountain lion shifters instead. True, Sean. Peak chapters now, so have fun. Alright, well, we'll get into it. Book 2 is a lot more. Well, Book 2 might get a 9 then, Shadow. This is the best I have to offer in a horrible life, so yeah. Well, I'm looking forward to it, Yuri. Well, if any of you buy the book, I'd love some verified reviews on Amazon. I still have to do that for Relic's book. I really have to do that for Callie's book as well. Oh my god, I have so many things I have to do. Wait, what about Bobcat Shifter? What about both, Sean? One's a How do you rate my character development so far? Can you please throw in a bobcat shifter with the pretty tufted ears? Used to living alone, but for some reason she and Willow hit it off. Jade feels static, but that's good because that feels like she's stoic like that. Like she's not showing her true self. Levi is definitely gaining like confidence and stuff. Same with Ronnie. But Levi's gone from like running to starting to question himself, right? It's like hiding from your shit. He knows he can't anymore. So it's like, you know, he's kind of growing up in a way. That's what I say. It is what it is. Oh, okay. No ads, buddy. I ate them. You ate the ads? Like, Willow's about to be killed by some wild critter while a pack is otherwise committed in combat, but the Bobcat girl had chance to see the shift, so she attacks the one on Willow from above, saving her and winning the pack's trust as a result. Well, you just puked them back up, Yuri. Now everyone gets puke-covered ads. Now you guys will think twice about getting your wings so you can fly over top of those ads, won't you? Hey, you can try, but you ain't getting nowhere. I'll tell you that. Why would you try and get nowhere when you do what you got? It is what I have. I'll tell you now what I know what you got when you see what you do. These are, I'll tell you. Thank you so much for being you. So ads will be what you see today, and ads won't be what you are tomorrow. So you're gonna be what an ad tells you when you see what you are when an ad says, yes, you're all in for ads now. Don't ad without an ad, because I'll tell you when ads put on an ad. It's a slap ad with a dap pad. I'll tell rad with a tab pad. I'll tell you what ads are. Don't pad rad my hat pad. It's an ad on your head when there's an ad in your lap. Don't you get ads from that ad that'll tell you to add. Add to you with what you do, and you know what you are when you say to you, yes, that's me up in there with that. For don't you tell me what I see when I'm in UDB, what I am. 3, 2, 1, toe! Three chapters will be ideal today and 2 tomorrow if you can. We fanficking Shadow's book now? I mean, I've got canon in my head that's clearly not Shadow's canon. So don't we all do that in our own way? Like with Relic's 10th mark, my canon ending is the second that Evelyn goes to open the thing, she pulls up the camera and she takes a picture. And then every page after that is just the pictures. And it's like a Blair Witch ending. That's my canon ending for Relic's story. I'm making requests, that's all. It's her book, though. It's just something Sean would like to see. Nothing wrong with being like, oh, I'd love to see this in the book, right? You know what I'd like to see? Something that's like Shifters, but it's bugs. So you're like, you got like, think of like little people. So it's like two different aspects, right? So you have like little people that are kind of like, think of like the borrowers, right? And you've got like the different sizes of them. And then they turn into bugs. And they're like shifters that shift into like, you know, a cockroach, a fly, a caterpillar, a cricket, right? And then you could have like different scales of the world for like different things. Mantis, shifter, scary. Exactly. I think that would be crazy, Sean, because there's so much potential you could do with that. It's like taking, that's like sliced bread. You're taking all the old stuff and you're just adding this entirely new perspective. No one does shifting bugs in a world that's teeny tiny, and then it connects to somehow to Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. And you find out the bumblebee that they were flying on is actually one of the main characters. Could you fucking imagine that, Sean? I think that would go so hard. That'd be some hella fucked up back lore. Then it's like genetic experiments with shrunken humans. And it's like the whole thing turns into like a sci-fi genetic engineering, like fucked up thing where it's like it's not even fantasy. Gnome shifters, as in gnome is their original form and they shift into other things. So kind of like smaller things like a house cat, a fox, a badger, a beaver, a skunk, a small dog maybe, a rabbit. What's another kind of small animal? Maybe it could be like a duck, or like a pigeon, a dove, maybe some kind of bird. That would be interesting. I could see that. Alright, alright. Yuri! Chapter 18. Here we go. I'd tell you not to steal my were skunk, but then again, I'm not actually writing it. True, Sean. What are your predictions, by the way? My prediction is that somehow Johann killed Abby. It wasn't suicide. He killed her. Just like he killed everyone else. But he's also convincing other people to kill, like he did with the kid when he was like convincing him to kill his brother. But he's like done actual ones that aren't just with that practice knife. Or the fake knife. As well as the fact that he's blank. And he's not 14. Motherfucker's a goddamn fucked up son of a bitch. Chapter 18. School was promptly called off. All the students were urged to hurry home. Any predictions in my book? Okay, so I'm gonna accept Dylan's a good guy, but his dad's an asshole, and somehow he's gonna find him, and then Levi's gonna have to, like, fight him. Jade's gonna die. Levi's gonna lose his arm. Ronnie's gonna die. Sienna's gonna die. A bunch of people are gonna fucking die. But it's gonna make Levi the king he needs to be. Not gonna lie, I thought you were thinking about what you'll have for dinner tomorrow rather than Happy's chapter. I was just weighing, like, what's the most likely, what do I want to happen, and how can I combine those to create an outcome that creates a perfect canon for me. So it's not that I think that will happen, that is what I want to happen, right? Johan, you want to hang out later? You want to hang out today? Trying to offer some support. He really is a good boy. Sorry, Kai. I might need some time alone for a while. Oh, that's understandable. Just let me know if you ever need me, okay? I smiled in tender melancholy. Thank you. Walking home. Why would the devil call me a monster to begin with? That contradicts its previous behavior. I stopped. I have things to ask it the next time. So I guess then... Suddenly my face gushes in black, unpleasant ink. My mind felt unfamiliar and vile, as if I've entered a state I've never touched before. You just want all the characters to die. Well, it just feels that, like, it has to happen. You can't just have your fated mate. What? That's... No! They're red shirts. They have to die. And then the real characters come in. Halfway to 3/4 of the way through the book, right? It's like, you gotta have that conflict there. You can't just have the happily ever after, and even if they're separated or everything like that, right? But I just like Dark Grim like that, and I love killing off characters, what can I say? It makes your character stronger! I mean, I just decided I wanted to kill a character, and it wound up being the most profound moment in my book. Because I couldn't figure out how to kill him. Until I did. I should hurry and kill someone else so that the devil shows up and answers my questions. I began walking again. But why did I even go through this? To get back to Sebi for being a bother to me. Right. And I stopped. I keep doing this. Started slowly stepping forward. I keep doing this. Am I even learning anything? Before long, I was walking to my normal pace. I did it because I wanted to prove to David and Abby that Abby was only a tool to me. The black ink that only covered my face abruptly surrounded my whole body. With every step forward, it irreversibly sullied the ground. I got close to people thinking I was making tools out of them, but if I had any humanity left, today it undeniably died along with the girl that merely wanted my love. David was right. I just wanted to feel control over people, but now I've killed those shallow emotions tying me down. I walked straight past the store. I didn't even consider getting myself an energy drink, so much as my emotions were burning in an odd, unknown, and nauseating fire. In conclusion, these suicides are, in all likelihood, linked to the Observer's case. The evidence is irrefutable, even the mannerisms completely correspond. But blank. Shouldn't we detain the student named Jean, then? Do you genuinely think a 14-year-old could be the Observer? Even if he could somehow be this young, do you think it would be this evident? There's a reason why in the most recent texts that we discovered the name was perpetually emphasized as if trying to lead us to it. I knew I shouldn't have shared this information with the police. They're useless, incorrigible, and act without my permission regardless of what I stress to them. We should still at least question him. I'll have them do it right now. I put my hand on the keyboard. Then proceeded to type at over 150 words per minute. Don't do anything. I barely have things planned and ready. You'll only hinder with my investigation if you interfere. Just to shamefully get a vocal reply from them that went around 200 words per minute. Well, we'll have him questioned. This is a good opportunity. It might have something to do with the case. It's not worth risking the chance. I didn't reply. Left the apartment and took a bus. I had a game scheduled today, so I needed to be somewhere anyway. Pretty crammed, isn't it? After saying that, I stood up and let the girl next to me have the seat. Oh, thank you. I got there. Who's my opponent again? I was late by roughly a minute, but instead of having my timer run low on me, for some reason my opponent decided to sacrifice his time and just wait for me. That's seriously impressive if you ask me. I attempted to skip shaking hands since his time was running low, but he still offered to do it. This man is a true gentleman. I'd love to talk with him sometime. The game went on. Isn't the pawn free? For the first time in this entire game, I stopped looking at the board and glanced at my opponent. He was focused on the board, and unlike me, probably didn't stop to look at his contender even once. I took it. But then, without hesitation, he moved his bishop. Oh, P.S. When a strong shifter dies, their power will condense into a crystal linked to the element they used most. Oh, yeah, and the other thing is, I know Jade's not going to die, Happy, because you said if one of them dies, they all die. So if Jade dies, then, like, Winter would die, then Orion would die, or I guess Jade would die, then Winter would die, then Levi would die, then Orion would die, right? Thought the pawn was free since the bishop was unprotected. That wasn't the case. The bishop was secretly waiting to move to a square that would pose an inevitable mate that I couldn't escape without sacrificing my queen. I lost. I shook my hands, and as he attempted to stand up and walk away, I asked him, "Could I have your name?" He ended up giggling in an offended manner and replied, "Really? Not only did you not know your opponent, but you also couldn't recognize the world champion." I didn't reply. "Magnus Carlsen, nice to meet you," the anonymous grandmaster. "Oh, of course I know you. Sorry about that." Then he replied, somewhat awkwardly, yet simultaneously, charismatically, truly unusual, bizarre combination of traits. "I wanted to meet you because people say you play crazy, and while you do play crazy, I didn't expect you to come here with a bag on your head. Like dominoes." Yeah. Again, I didn't reply. Magnus ended up sighing in a way that gave off being disrespected. My approach was definitely bad-mannered, but I honestly couldn't care about things like that. I'm here to obsess over something, and chess just happens to be a good option for that purpose. Wait, Grandmaster? By the time I confusingly said that, he was already far away. I know that I enter a bunch of tournaments, but since when have I been Grandmaster? Didn't display on that chess. Didn't display that on chess.com. One new message. I pulled out my phone. Investigating AI. Gene was questioned, ruled as completely innocent. Interrogation audio. Into Gene MP3. Most likely useless, but unlikely connected in some way. I'll review what we have. Time passed. Geraldo Coyle. Abigail's explicit photos were apparently spread on Wednesday. They started a separate investigation on the school, which will probably extensively meddle with your little camera trick. Blank. Insert yourself into that investigation as well. Figuring out who's the one responsible for spreading them, or even holding them, could lead to things. Choke on air. Choke on your finger that you love putting into your mouth so much. Then, the news about Abigail committing suicide reached our ears. Good job. You intentionally set it up so the bullying would intensify, and now this is what we have. Thanks for guilt-tripping me. Totally not like I was already feeling awful over it, sad face. As for the information Geraldo gathered the past 2 weeks, I decided to set up cameras in that school. I made them announce that they'll only add them by next Monday, but in reality, we've had them since Tuesday. By doing the announcement, I thought we could give the perpetrators a sense of urgency in carrying out their bullying. That way, it would intensify and, in all likelihood, turn into something we could tangibly catch in action. Things, unfortunately, never go as planned, and she ended up taking her own life. Big lapse of judgment on my part. Didn't expect them to go this far, knowing they're only middle schoolers. Let's get to work. You better catch the fiend fast now that this happened. Blank. I'll be sure to choke on air if I don't manage to do that. You're so nice. I'll also offer some stakes on my part then. Okay, send money? That's not what I meant, but sure. Love this guy.
Moist idiot sandwich. I am here. Gordon Ramsay. I am here to love you and fuck you.
Yo, Relic, what's up? How's it going, bro? What you at? Out of all characters, rank them by power, not including Levi. Jade, Sienna... I can't remember anyone else's names. And then Ronnie last. Love this guy. Now, I guess we need to interrogate her boyfriend. What is this? Best part, it only lasts a couple minutes at most, since it's basically a full album meshed together. What is this? This is some smut music. We'll have to save this for later. But isn't Leo, like, dying? Addicted to his work now. I've been listening to it for months now. Damn. Albert Van Dyke. Interesting. Oh, what's Johan gonna do now? Is he gonna get discovered, or is he what he is? He is what he is. I don't know, but hey, that trick with the cameras was pretty smart, yeah. You just always have to assume there's cameras up, right? You can never let that go on your own. That's the worst thing you can do. You always assume you're being watched and recorded. Still is strong when introduced. But he's like bedridden now, isn't he? Relic, how was your day, good sir? Answer me. I need to know that that I have your approval. I need gratitude. Fuck you. Thank you. Thank you, Relic. I appreciate that. Thank you. You're such a great dude. 3, 2, 1, toke. Wanna know how my day went, Scotty? Honestly, Relic, only if it was a good day. You know what I did today? I got weed. Wild Rose Reserve. Our good stuff. Alright, chapter 19. Are we ready? Did she ever tell you she had those kinds of thoughts? Yes, but I'd always comfort her and tell her that we'd make it through. My face began displaying soft, vague, yet visible grief as I continued speaking. Together. For the past 30 minutes, they've been asking me basic questions. Not a hint of suspicion that I'm the one responsible for anything. Did you ever consider telling adults about it? No. I didn't even consider it. They're very precise and careful, and not to be insensitive. It's interesting. When was the last time you saw her, and how did it go? Include as many details as possible. As I was about to speak, my mouth stopped as it opened. I ended up being frozen in that position for roughly a couple of seconds. Ultimately, I started speaking, and the pause didn't end up causing my consciousness to drop in any way. We had a happy date together, but the day didn't end on the happiest note. She told me about what Sebastian, our math teacher, was making her do. And we had a small fight about that at the end. She kept calling herself a burden, and I kept telling her that she wasn't one. The detective or officer, hell do I know, asked me questions, consequently glancing up at the camera above, and quickly licking his lips and said, Did you notice her acting strange in any way around him? Tilted my head downwards and had my tone embrace faint frustration, then answered, she seemed to somewhat avoid him. I felt like she was being a bit strangely evasive, but she'd still give in and go with me. Afterwards, he looked up the camera yet again and said, "That's all for the questioning. Wait in the hallway. I'll give you her suicide note in a few minutes." I nodded my head and left the room. Well, blank, what do you think? Can't say anything yet. I was called back, and a couple of minutes later, they handed me the note and asked me to read it in the room. I found this request bizarre and abrasive, but I complied regardless. Opened it up and, Johan, sorry for being so hard with you. I know you've been...
Scotty, I will tell you how Relic's day went. As an independent, work-from-home author, Relic lost his food assistance because of Donald J. Trump changing the rules and regulations. Being an author without earning 275 hours a week is now considered not self-employment. Even though I have an entire business account for taxes, money, etc., my day has been wonderful. Thanks.
Damn, bro, that sucks. You don't make enough... Wait, you have to make a certain amount of income to be considered self-employed? Correct. Under new standard, Trump has put on...
Under the new standard, Trump has put on the DTA.
So, like, what are you classified then as if you have a business but you don't make any money? Because, like, as far as I thought, it didn't matter what money you make. It's whether you have a business or not. Not classified as anything under DTA. So you don't get any, like, benefits or anything like that? Damn. Well, that sucks. And when does that take effect? Like your next paycheck? They're just like, cut you off now? Yep, you don't get anything, sorry. Well, I guess you better go make your own daycare, Relic. I can be the voice for you if you need a tour. The 4th? I don't know if that's the 3rd of April or the 4th of March. March. That sucks. You better apply to other... So, now that you're not self-employed, can you get, like, other benefits now that you're, like, basically, like, not on a list? Can you be like, oh, well, now I'm not self-employed, so can I get, like food stamps? Cheat the system as much as you fucking can, Relic. Apply for, like, fucking everything. Wait. You have to make a certain amount of money to get food stamps? How does that make sense? It should be if you make this certain amount of money, you don't get food stamps. Damn, man, I thought Canada was bad. That sucks. Johan, I'm sorry for being so hard with you. I know you've been stressing out a lot because of me, and I worry about you. You didn't mean anything. Oh, wait, where are we? Where are we? Hold on. I know I was reading the letter. Call me back in. Yeah, this is the letter. Johan, I'm sorry for being so hard with you. I know you've been stressed out a lot because of me, and I'm sorry about that. You didn't mean anything. I know that that, so don't worry, don't blame yourself, okay? Tears started flowing out of my eyes as I was reading the note. The month that we have together has been the happiest of my life. Thank you for everything. Please lead a happy life for me. I couldn't take it, but you're much stronger than me. There's 2 versions, TANF. Temporary assistance for needy families is a minimum amount you must make, as well as a maximum amount. Okay. I was on the floor sobbing and making sounds that would make even a psychopath feel a thing or two. Isn't there like different things for like isn't there like state welfare versus like federal welfare? Wouldn't you have like state welfare too that wouldn't have anything to do with Trump? Or can you not get like Social Security on like state level? Welfare requires that you prove you're unable to work and are attempting to get Social Security. Ah. It's on the floor sobbing, making sounds that would make even a psychopath feel a thing or two. Remember the time we ate a strawberry cake at the cat cafe, or when we walked around in the park holding hands, or when we got a bit too touchy while playing Val? I hope these memories are as important to you as they are for me. It really was the happiest I've been in my life. My tears were getting the note all wet. Sorry again for being so hard to be with, but still know that I love you, and I know you love me too. I didn't stop believing that for a moment. So really just don't blame yourself, okay? Suddenly, the person that was asking me questions checked something, and subsequently, in noticeable dissatisfaction, started shaking his head from right to left, as if refusing to follow an order. Johan, you'll let me live in your heart from now on, right? There are local food banks and other privately run institutions to assist people as well. All the welfare systems are state-run, not federal-run, as far as I'm aware. So if they're state-run, then how does federal government have any control over a state-run welfare system? Shaking his head from right to left, if it's refusing to follow an order. Johan, you'll let me live in your heart from now on, right? Well, that's all. Kinda sucks we didn't get to do all the things on our list for the last time. I love you so much. Take care of yourself, okay? Kept crying on the floor. Fuck! Perfect time for ads. Fuck! Well, this is one hell of a chapter, I'll give you that. Massachusetts DTA is a government state program that serves residents of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts for food assistance due to changes in SNAP by Donald Trump. So it's like, it's state-run, but the federal government changed it? See, this is why when people say, oh, you can't do that, I'm like, well, why not? Because apparently he can do stuff that's stupid like that, so why can't he do all the other shit that he was gonna say he's gonna do? That's what I never understand. Right? It's like, why can you do all the retarded shit, but you can't do all of the other shit? You're like, no, I can't do that. Oh, but I can do these. Federal law trumps state law, which trumps county law, which in turn trumps city ordinances. But tier can be stricter, but not more lenient. But doesn't each state have, like, different, like, rules for, like, welfare and stuff like that? Because that's kind of how it is here in Canada. Like, each province has completely different, like, welfare stuff. Like, BC is huge on welfare, and Alberta is not. Federal government funds the SNAP benefits that run through the DTA. Well, obviously, Relic, everything's funded by the federal government. Sure, but they all follow the federal and then add more requirements. Oh, so the state laws are just more strict compared to the baseline federal. Okay. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, I don't know what would happen if just one day the government was like, yeah, you know, so that deal you made with the old government, yeah, that doesn't stand anymore. Even though the clause says, it's a retirement plan. And you can't, like, take someone's pension away from them. Because you know what's funny? Is the fucked up thing is, that's exactly what they did. Is they took the pension away. And then my dad fought it to the point that he has 3 times the pension now. So it's like, what happens if they try to take the pension away again? We go back down the same route until we get another triple of it? And they're making like $400,000 a fucking year just on the government? Because they're fucking retarded? Trump changed the requirements for DTA and SNAP, and under current requirements I do not qualify even though I do. DTA is unable to classify my job, so because of that I'm automatically declined. My appeal is declined. Stole money from Social Security, and then following governments never paid it back because they didn't steal it. That's kind of fucked up, Sean. Yeah, you didn't steal it, but you're still the federal government. You Reagan took the money. Reagan took the money. Sounds about right, you know, all that, you know, that 19... you know, we put in $17 billion for 11 new submarines. Did we get any new submarines? No. So where the fuck did that $17 billion go? Poof. Poof. Just disappeared. Bye-bye, it's gone, Z. Just disappeared. Just... wisp of smoke and it's gone. It was for a war that it was taken, but nobody ever thought put it back into the jar it came from. Yeah, you know, that rainy day fund, you take all the money out of the rainy day fund, you spend 20 bucks and you go, look at that, I have 12 grand. And then you go, be like, shouldn't you put that, since you didn't spend it, you should put it back in the jar? Nope. It's mine now. Mine now, motherfucker. Well, how much did you contribute to the jar? I use tax loopholes. I don't pay into taxes. I don't pay into that shit. So, like, probably 33 cents of that is mine. Donated at some point in time by me dropping my change on the ground. 3, 2, 1, toke. Okay. Are we ready? Kept crying on the floor, and then suddenly, as if he's being coerced, can you recite this writing for me? Huh? I ensued, weeping while ignoring his request. Didn't even give a vocal response. Just did what I've been doing. I decided it's best for me to continue crying instead of being interrupted by this absurd request. Then he proceeded to awkwardly hand me a handkerchief. I could see immense regret and shame appear on his face, as much as I was having a hard time seeing anything because of how teary-eyed I was. After a while had passed, my tears dried up. Nothing was left, and I felt the place with the now-soaked Abby's suicide note. I answered everything while constantly retaining a persona. Didn't let it break for even a moment. So it's probably the last I'll have to deal with the police regarding her death. Couldn't tell what expression I had as I was leaving. Am I still keeping up the act? Or am I playing the role of the devil again? My face feels blurry. Idiot. Immediately after seeing blank write that through the monitor, the person that did the questioning angrily replied, "Are you kidding me? What's with this sick request of yours? First you demand for him to read the note while being watched by us, and now this. You can't do that shit, whether you're in charge of the case or not." I'm indeed in charge of the case, and now you're off it. Consequently, the detective rolled his eyes and replied in a facetious voice, "Great. Was actually considering resigning anyways. You're a bit too insensitive to work with for me." He stormed off. "Told you. You should have been the one questioning him." Sighed. He knows me, so it's probably not the wisest idea. After a tiny pause, the sire in question asked. That said, why exactly did you want him to recite that? If Johann was acting, his cries would momentarily stop once his brain demanded for the focus to switch, divide. I understand how insensitive this trick is, but didn't you say yourself that something about him is off? Geraldo's eyes went to the side for a couple of seconds. Dunno. I'd say everything corresponds pretty well. Probably attempted to look cool the first time he met me. But then quickly, his little act shattered unless he switched to being the way he actually is. So everything you witnessed here was consistent. While nodding his head, Quill replied, I'd say so. Go dig stuff up about him. Talk to his parents, siblings, friends, etc. Then sighed, sure, I can do that much, I guess. Oh shit, his parents! His parents! What about his parents? Where are his parents? Who are his parents? What is this? On Sunday, Abby's funeral took place, just 3 days after her suicide, yet it was already being held. There are so many people here. Everyone is crying all over. Meanwhile, no one knows or even cares that David died. Contrast really is a hilarity, isn't it? Women get all of the attention, don't they? I mean, what? Once the burial was over and I began going home, something unexpected happened. Huh? A man wearing a bag on his head was standing in front of me, holding his hand in a way that clearly demanded a handshake. Hello. Right after I said that, he shook his head from right to left, moving his hand up and then back downwards. I see. I gave in and shook his hand. A girl. His hand is soft and much smaller than mine. He started giddily nodding his head once we did the handshake. Then he pointed his finger to a car and proceeded to go towards it. I thought he was inviting me to go with him because of the finger pointing, but as I started following him, he started holding his palm against me as if telling me to stop. What a bizarre interaction. Why did I even attempt to follow him? What even was that? Who is he? Why did he do that? What did he want? Why did he have a bag on his head? This is an interesting character, I'll say that. Yeah, see, you gotta be ruthless when it comes to being cops, man, because they know something's up. And Blank is all like, okay, yeah, you know, let's throw everything we have at him. But I think it was very smart of Johann to just ignore them and keep crying. Very smart, very smart. One more chapter and I'll love you forever. Well, I mean, I'm not gonna hold you to that, Yuri, but I appreciate it, okay? Chapter 20. First class was with Mr. Jones, our homeroom teacher. Everything that transpired had to be urgently discussed. Good morning. Expectedly, Jones had a voice full of dread. Morning, Johann. How are you feeling? I gave him a small smile and reassured him. I'm okay. Thank you for asking. He seems a bit pale and he has eye bags. I guess he's been struggling to sleep properly. See why I wanted you to read this one. Okay. Class began. First of all, everyone, I'm going to quit as a teacher. Everyone was silent. It wasn't a surprise whatsoever. My mental health hasn't been the greatest already, but what happened with Abigail just... His eyes twitching. Put me over. Speech is glitchy. The edge. He walked up to the whiteboard and faintly nodded his head. He's being strange. See, I didn't want it to come to this. He sat down. But what can we even do with you? Then inhaled and exhaled in a really dismal way. Something about you is ill. Just ill. Began resting his head on his fist, then lightly kept moving his head up and down, punching it without any force. Do you know how many problems your class has caused the past 2 years? The atmosphere is eerily heavy. Did you know there was a girl called Katerina? She killed herself after several severe bullying as well. He giggled in a forced manner and then shook his head from left to right. Problems over and over and over and over and over and over, and he ended up sighing extremely loudly, giving off immense exhaustion. So exhausted with you students. I'm so exhausted. I could tangibly feel uneasiness and apprehension manifest in the classroom. I don't know anymore. I can't handle this. I can't. We're being displayed as a man over the edge. Someone that kept trying and trying to handle something beyond him, ultimately miserably failing in the worst possible way. Are you just gonna stay quiet? I know you're there. The responsibility of Abby's suicide was weighing on him. I know one of you is responsible for everything. I just know it. Such a tired voice. His tone then switched and began sounding impatient. What? You're not, or is it, confused? You want to take responsibility? You're just gonna make us. Then it became really fucking deep. Deal with all this, with this all alone. He sighed yet again in tangible exhaustion. Mr. Jones, you should probably get some rest. Someone dared to say that, but to no result. Jones gulped and opened his mouth yet again, replying in frustration. And for what purpose? What good will rest do? Uneasy. I didn't want to do this. Uncomfortable. But these, yet again, an overlapping deep voice. Pieces of shits aren't going to rest. He stuttered, and then started breathing heavily afterwards. Proceeded to pull his hand to his head and just started mumbling something unintelligible. His tone was visibly making everyone nauseous. You'll just keep doing this, aren't you? Hey, aren't you? He stared at the floor until abruptly switching to us in an empty and eerie expression. No way. To deal with you then. Deep voice. Deep, uncomfortable, eerie. Why? You two. You. He walked back up to the teacher's desk, and then as he turned back to us, I could see the black, unpleasant ink leaking from his face as well. His expression was no longer visible to me. It was covered. Hey, someone, hurry and quiet! His soft and short reply was enough to silence the anxious and panicky student, because he had a knife in his hand. You students, with loud and violating breaths in between each mouth movement, aren't going to change, Will. As if someone was feasting on our throats by aggressively scratching them. You? He then started mumbling something to himself yet again, and just stood still. I could see some of the students getting on the edge of their seats as if in the position to run, and others silently pulled out their phones and did something on them. Johan, huh? Yes, say, should I kill the one who's responsible? Why the fuck would he ask me that? The answer is yes, Johan. His tone, so fucking clearly unhinged. He's about to snap. Answer is, then exhaled. It's time I also did that. Afterwards, suddenly he just walked towards the exit door and left. Everyone immediately started gasping for air. The suffocation reached absolutely every person in the classroom. After just a second of him leaving, I jumped up and started putting a bunch of desks next to the door to make sure he couldn't enter again. Jean was on the same wavelength as me, as he also did that in complete sync. I thought I was gonna be dead. Same. Two fucking assholes that would verbally make fun of Abby really would have been a good riddance. What's gonna happen now? Jean then answered the random student while being out of breath. He's probably gonna get locked in some psych ward or whatever. Afterwards added, we're lucky he didn't end up snapping. Jesus. Then Jean spoke yet again, this time poetically. So, this one ended up giving the bang. He then proceeded to look at the two most notorious for the bullying and said in utter nonchalance, told you so. They expectedly didn't reply. They were downright terrified. As we were calling the police, a loud scream right outside the classroom was heard. Mr. Jones? He was found with a knife in his stomach. I was going to calm down with the bullying for the time being, but instead this happened all of a sudden, without anyone noticing or knowing. A teacher had been on edge, contemplating either massacring a bunch of students or killing himself. Jones was a quiet, shy, anxious guy that would never really get angry or even raise his voice, yet he was secretly bottling up a bunch of negative thoughts without exposing them to anyone. I'll remember to never assume anyone's capacity for doing things again. Everyone, including I, were unknowingly playing with fire this entire time. No, that's wrong. Jones was a victim of my poison. The black ink that silently seeped inside his mind were the product of my farces, my bullying, my sadism. All that happened was him consuming too much of it, then simply reacting accordingly. I've acknowledged that, but it doesn't appear that the devil is showing up. Damn! So he must have done something in the background too to Jones, right? did he put Jones on edge too? Is he like fucking with Jones too? And there's gonna be more stuff that comes out of it's like, you know? Or is Jones just that weak of a fucking person that he's just like, whatever? Because I'm like, without more explanation, I feel like it's like very, like heavy-handed. Like, oh, this just kind of has to happen, but I don't feel like, I don't know. I don't know, but 2 girls killed themselves under his watch. I mean, that is fair, right? But, you know, it's like, what can the school system really do? Teachers kind of have to be prepared for that kind of thing. So, I don't buy it. I'm sorry, Yuri, I don't buy it. Everything else I buy. Really somewhat of a weak person, as we've seen repeatedly. I just don't buy it that he goes, like, fucking ruins his life over it. I could see him, like, retiring and slowly decaying out, but, like, pulling a knife at school? I think that's too over the top. Now, here's the thing, Yuri. It's a bell curve. So if you want this to happen, he has to go full ham and, like, literally be holding the knife to Johan's throat. And, like, have it be, like, a standoff. And him not necessarily blaming Johan, but it was just, like, you know, Johan's always the one to, like, talk back or something like that. So it's, like, and it's, like, you know, he's kind of, like, he just has the knife there, but he's, like, talking to Johan, like, you were the one who was closest to her. How'd you not see it, kind of thing. Like, maybe if he did something like that, it would be more believable, because it's, like, him going so far over the edge. But I feel like he's gone so close to the edge, but not over the edge, it just doesn't feel real. And then to stab himself after all of that? Jones finds them as children. I don't know what you mean by that, Yuri. But I think that it needs to be slightly more intense, maybe. I'm not quite sure. We see a few chapters ago how he doesn't blame the students for it, but rather his own watch and failure of it. But it's like, to go from that to pulling a knife in class, but then not actually doing anything, but then stabbing yourself. Like, I feel like this just doesn't line up. Like, he's got to go full-blown ballistic, like, fucking holding knife to different kids, being like, is it you? Is it you? Confess! Is it you? Is it you? You know? And then maybe Johan gets into a scuffle with him, Johan gets cut and something, and then it's, like, even more proof that, like, Johan's not the bad guy. I don't know, I feel like that would go so hard. What do you think? Like, I like the direction, I like the idea, I just don't think the execution, was, like, 100% there. I'd find that unrealistic. Jones kept his integrity by not doing anything to the students, which was the portrayal of his character for over 30 chapters. But it's like, you show him to be a weak character, and then at the last moment he has this strength of will to be a strong character. I feel like that's the contradiction I can't get over. Does that make sense? But again, that's just my opinion. I'm like, because he's a weak person, once he hits that edge, there's no coming back. Right? That's how I feel about his character. Like, he's not the type of character that can go to the edge. If he's even within sight of the edge, he's going off the edge. Right? I think this isn't strength we've been shown. We've been shown weakness. Well, we've been shown weakness, but in that weakness, he found the strength to not arbitrarily attack the students. Like, that's what I'm seeing. And that, to me, is not in character for him. So without, like, a defining, like, realization coming to Jesus moment, maybe adding the, like, coming to Jesus moment of clarity before he walks out the room. Something like that, like a look on his face. I don't know. But I don't know, what do you think? Attacking the students would be strength, Imo. Instead, until the end, he blamed himself. I mean, I guess that's fair. I'm just like, maybe don't have him pull out the knife then. I think the knife is the thing that's ruining the scene. Because there's too much expectation. It's like Chekhov's gun. Right? We need him to stab someone, and the fact he stabs himself is just underwhelming. But it's not that it's bad, right? Also, not really a spoiler, but he lived after this. We're not shown that right after. Instead, he gets stabbed himself weakly with no actual attempt to kill himself. Well, yeah, that's what I figured, Yuri. He stabbed himself in the stomach because he just wanted to, like... It's kind of like like, putting the pain on himself, right? So he stabbed himself in the stomach, kind of like, you know, emo-ish, right? Because I don't think he'd die from a stomach wound unless it got infected and some shit like that. Like, something went wrong with the surgery at the hospital, right? Which makes complete sense. But I gotta take a piss. I gotta grab some water, and I gotta throw some food on, and then we're gonna watch the Diablo video for today. Are you guys ready for the Diablo video? I will be right back. Whole point is to show how weak he is, and the brief moment of I'll hold you guys accountable barely lasts. Fair enough, Yuri. Hope you enjoyed these chapters. Oh, I have, Yuri. I have thoroughly enjoyed them. You've got my blood boiling, bro. I will say, I probably would have cried in that scene if I didn't know that Johan was, like, wasn't such a bitch. Like, he wasn't such a piece of shit. Like, if you didn't know that Johan was the bad guy, that would definitely be a scene that I would cry at. But it's like, there's just too much other shit there for it to have that kind of an emotional impact, because it's him. I'm just angry. I'm just fucking angry. It's beautiful. It's like, you're so angry you can't cry. Scary place to be. 3, 2, 1, toke! Also, drink alcohol. Like, sometimes alcohol, like, you don't want to see me drunk. It's not a good time. I'm 25 left. Drunk people. The whole chapter is drunk. Writing and drunk. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I can get behind that. I'll have a stroke reading it. It'll be like reading one of Raymond's essays. No, not you writing it drunk. Oh my god, why does this always happen? What? No, that's not what I want. Fucking separate this shit. God, it's so annoying. What was I saying? No, I didn't write it drunk. No, but I mean, like, I can imagine, like, I'm gonna, since I know what being drunk is like, right? While I'm reading it, I can see if you portrayed being drunk in the chapter, right? That's what I meant. Guys, we have 99 subscribers. We need one more subscriber. We need one more subscriber. There we go. It's late, I'm going to bed. Alright, sounds good, Happy. Yeah, subbed, left a comment too. Nice. Hell yeah, that's what it's all about. $765 views. Damn, that's crazy. That is fucking crazy. All right. Here we go. I'm not on my other channel. I'm on my main channel. There it is. Such a handsome fella. Is that you? Ah. Boom. Easy. You have fucking 3.7k subs, bro. That shit is insane. What the hell? This is the main YouTube channel I use for watching vids as much as it's a channel for logging levels in a video game. Ah, that's insane. I couldn't imagine having that many fucking subs, dude. That's crazy. So my brother-in-law does like Asheron's Call and commentary videos. It's like playthroughs and stuff like that, and he has like 7,000 or 8,000 subs. It's fucking insane. I have another one with 10k. I haven't uploaded since 2015. Yeah. With that, 100 subscribers. We hit 100 subs, guys. 100 subs. Holy fuck. I never imagined I'd ever have 100 subs. That's 100 people that have clicked that button. That's 100 people that have seen it. That's insane, Yuri. Like, I could have... I don't even know. That's crazy. What am I don't even know what I'm doing that's so crazy. Hold on. Hold on. Let me get back to what we're doing. Okay, we got to turn this up a little bit. Okay, are we ready for today's video? The rest of Nightmare. Let's go. And we're doing a players one only, no farming, lowest level possible. Bro, probably like 100 people have died that sub my 10k channel since it's been 11 years. Damn. Yeah, that's, I mean, damn. Could be true, bro. In this challenge, we're doing a players one only, no farming, lowest level possible, melee only warlock. Only upgrade when we hit an unpassable wall. We finished up normal, nice and easy. Got them ghouls subbing me. Fuck yeah. Setup. Is the warlock so broken even a melee style can clear the game in the weakest conditions? Or does this make it look like a Meliazon? Let me know in the comments if your Meliazon could solo this warlock. Only one way to find out. Let's get this adventure on the road. The struggles of West March behind me. A call from the high heavens comes for my dreams. Ilzen returns for me at last. Good day. Corruption of his mortal shell weighing too heavily on his angelic soul. We embrace fists as two souls entwined in the blood of shared battle. Then with a whisper he is gone. I fear to be alone, so I call upon Hazard. It will be the last mistake I make. Once called upon, the mortal shell, his angelic essence spewed into darkness. Now I hunt him, hunted them, all the mercenaries. The vessels with angels have turned to hell. I search under the city, in the dank and gloom of the sewers. Crumbling stones fall from the walls as the demon hordes march through these narrow passages. They now mark those very walls, their blood a new mortar to hold the city's foundation, a contribution to the rebuilding of Sanctuary. Radamant, the putrid purveyor of darkened dreams. His blight is but one piece of the puzzle. Remembering back to Ilzen, that sickening shadow that slowly broke his heart, smelled of this beast. With its dying breath, I squeezed the truth from its throat. Hazard was one step ahead of me. Radamant spoke of the great cold worm, the dune burrower. Find its lair before they do. I can smell it. The residue of angelic heat. Hazard has been here. I'm getting closer. My will prevails against these foes, and the staff is now mine. I feel as though there is a missing piece. Hazard has been here, but he did not take the staff. Perhaps there is more to this story than meets the eye.
But my
Staff is incomplete as the darkened sky rolls over the desert, this eternal eclipse stalking my very being with its evil presence. I fight my way through the hordes of these snake men, Templar, who twisted their bodies for power. Now their minds are broken and consumed by decay. With this holy relic in my hands, I banish the darkness and bring the sun's light back to the world. Oh, the glories of gambling. Nightmares blessed me with some expensive drops, so we got a bunch of money to throw at this run. Because of lack of farming with the whole rush idea, it's been difficult to get anything really good. I'm in hell using single res magic rings. A showcase of the power of the warlock, I guess. I mean, that's the whole point of the challenge, right? To see if we can make the warlock look bad. And this gear is working with that premise perfectly. But since we have the funds, let's see what we can get. I need some IAS, attack speed gloves, preferably with resistance and lifesteal. There we go. 10% IAS, 3% life leech, and unfortunately again, it's poison resist, but it's better than nothing. 75% fire res, cold res, 75%, 54% lightning, and 56% poison. Not bad at all, and if you stick around to the end, you'll find out why. I'm missing something very important. Jaren, the leader of this great but failing city, has invited me into his palace. But little did I know I would be clearing it of the dead, the living dead. As I pass through the safety of the first floor, I inquire about the mercenaries, trying not to spoil the knowledge of their betrayal. It could bode ill if these men side with them against Jaren, or if even Jaren himself is compromised. I have to be very careful how I present myself. As I enter the palace harem, the wave of essence flows through me. He has been here. I am but a few steps behind. Then a thought, lingering. It is distant. He may not have been here for some time. I could not enter the palace before. He may have fled here after he was unable to retrieve the staff. He knew I would eventually need to come here. Maybe he could ambush me. But I feel it is not my death he wants, just the path I walk. He places his own bricks upon my feet, leading me where he wishes. The lowest depths, and the ancient portal archway is before me. Jaren said this is where the evil stems from. Entering the portal, I hear the echoing laughter of the damned. You cannot stop the flow of darkness. It speaks across the plain in an all-encompassing pressure weighing my body down, like gravity is turned against me. The summoner. His bellows pierce my ears as he tries to break my will with his words, taunting me into shadow. Ilzin will never return to my side. The gates of heaven shall fall to the hordes of hell. The angels will bow before the demons, and the great light of the divine shall shine no more. His voice breaks as my blade slices his flesh. What is left of it? His robes crumple to a pile, and his flesh casts to ash before me. His laughter dying with his body. I open the tome upon the pedestal. My eyes narrow and my heart burdens with the missing of a step. A feather. It's from the bonnet. Ilzen's, the one I gave to Hazad. He is taunting me, leading me to my doom. Think not. It shall be his doom. Into the canyon and towards the tomb of Tal Rasha. There is a great evil in this place. I can feel it seeping into my bones, rending my will, cursing my flesh. I push on, for I know there is not another who can prevail against the evil destroying this world, if not me. Images from Ilzen, a symbol, an orifice, a staff, a light, an opening, a bug with hate so dark it devoured its entire species. Duriel. And he guards something. Once again, I feel Azad. He's driving my mind into focus. I will not let him escape. I will find out what he has done, how he has betrayed us. Fury being unleashed upon the darkness, a righteous light that burns the shadow away. Even with the guiding hand of Ilzen in heaven, the maze of Azad's corrupted being permeates far too wide. All avenues must be explored. There is nowhere left for him to hide. Into the cavern I jump down, and the beast is upon me within moments. A clash of steel against claw, levitating my weapon to block his strikes. I cast my magic into the polearm. Mirrored blade, the resonance is multiplied. Each swing is many, each clash I wear through an opening. Duriel is not as I recall. Memories and dreams. I see him crushing me beneath his maggoty body, absorbing me into him. Another Nephilim, another life perhaps. A wall that needed overcoming. Now, it was a simple measure to call upon my skills and crush this demon beneath my feet. My blade severing its head from its flesh, standing upon its broken body and spitting into its grave. With my foe defeated, the seal on the chamber lifts. A pure angelic presence washes over me. An archangel. Goon, true. Material. I must tell him of the corruption, but he knows more than me. I'm instructed to head to the city of Kurost across the Great Sea. I ask Mashif about his travels. I find out that Hazade took the boat prior and must. How do I use the already question be mark? What do you mean?
for the Council of Travancore.
The Herodrum, who sealed Mephisto, the Lord of Hatred.
Goon.
As we cross the sea, dreams spew from my soul. Visions, the future, I know not. Only
Emo,
the knowledge
EM.
and flashes remain. Tyrion's voice echoes in my mind. He tells me that Hazard is the embodiment of Abydos, a long-forgotten demon of hell, cast aside by the primevals as an unnotable demon. He could not accept this and worked his way into the graces of mortals. He birthed 2 sons and a daughter, a warrior, a sorcerer, and a rogue. Thought as Nephilim with the blood of angels. He tricked them, their blood dormant, demonic essence. Given the task of defeating Diablo, this was but a farce for hell. With the primevals cast out, the greater demons could rule in their stead. Now, with Ilzen and my help, that very demon has possession of the greatest power of the high heavens, angels with the guise of mortals, bringing the weakest of souls into their army. It was my mistake that drew this evil into the world. The rule of angels to not interfere was not done arbitrarily. This goes to show the folly of even heaven, for the lack of information and communication has become the greatest weapon of the enemy. After tracking Hazard to the ruined temple hidden deep within Kurast Bazar, I prepare myself for the worst. His scent is still in the air, the black hole of being from his demonic heart driving me into a frenzy. He places the tome back on the pedestal, and with a maniacal laugh he passes out of sight. His voice shocks me to a pause, and I almost falter to an enemy. His tricks won't work on me, though, as I crush the hordes and rush towards his voice. I see him standing in front of a portal, his words ringing in my head. Mephisto is unleashed. The portal of hell is open. Diablo returns. The war for Sanctuary is just beginning, and mortals have lost all their allies. And the bond of trust that is the foundation of light has been shattered. These stones are unlike those in Lutgo Lane. The gray stone, faded and charred, not like the dusty orange and yellows of the desert. the beauty never quite setting in until now. The smells, however, were just as bad, waterways making it worse. At least in the desert it is dry. It lingers as if setting upon your very skin, a grime that holds no life in it. I trudge through the darkness, the visions of Ilzen guiding me into the filth. There is only one way to enter the Durance of Hate, the domain of Mephisto. Only the will of a Herodrum can compel the orb to open the Durance and break the seal. Now that the council is turned and Hazard takes his place behind the throne, hiding in the shadows, he is more than meets the eye. I cannot put my finger on it, but it must be his past. Even demons feel. They just feel hate. The time spent scheming was the time others spent becoming stronger. Abydos had learned to manipulate the strong. You can only ever become one strong. So if you can control multiple strong, you will rule all. We learned this from the primevals. Only they had the advantage of both power and control. Having gathered the parts of willing flesh from the sacrifice of Kaleem, I used the orb to create his will. Concentrating his will on the orb, I destroy the seal to the Durance. Assad will not get away with this. I will track him down and put an end to his being. I have a plan. Turn Mephisto against him, unveil the plan, and kill two birds with one stone. In the confusion of infighting, I will break their hold in this world. Pushing through the forces of hell, I crush my enemies and slice their bodies from my path. Force of will and mind push my body beyond its limits. Infusing my soul with light, I feel Ilzen's hand on my shoulder. His angelic presence fueling my muscles, bringing warmth to my body and fortifying my soul. I taunt Mephisto with my words, asking him questions as I dodge his attacks, pressing him about his knowledge. His laughter at my mention of Abydos is twisted. Heart, something wrong. This is not a defeated poise. Assad's voice from the shadows. You think I did this all on my own? You mortals are so stupid. Abydos walks beside Mephisto, and my body tenses as I feel a spark of doubt, and I falter. I remember Ilzen's light, Tyrael's message, the hope of all mortals. The will to return to my family and friends in a life of laughter and joy where the evils of this world are banished to oblivion. Mephisto holds me at bay as Hazard turns to the portal. See you in hell, Nephilim. And he is once more gone from my grasp. If only conquering you physically. In a fury, I conjure my blades and sever Mephisto into pieces. Breathing hard and muscles aching, I stumble towards the portal. My feet strike the ground with heavy falls, crunching and cracking bones and skulls under my feet. The Herodrum, who didn't turn, their essence fused to the portal, their souls powering it for all time. The light of heaven guides me to the last bastion before hell, the Pandemonium Fortress. I speak with Tyrael about Ilzen and Hazard. He explains that Abydos has traveled to the plains of despair. He has brought an archangel to his knees. The great Isuel has fallen. The corruption of evil knows no bounds. Isuel wished only to save mortals, but his love for them was his undoing. Pushed to the edge of despair by losing everyone he cared about, the mortal realm plays pity of fools. We are but fleeting compared to the eternity of angels. Something about that finality is beyond sacred. Being stripped of it over and over wore away it is you all. Now he is a husk of a being, tormented by his failures and devastating all in his path. Even the other demons tread far from him. The flames of hell are no match for my enchanted armor and angelic protections. It is not a simple matter, but even as my lungs explode from the heat and the stench and the smoke, burnt flesh, fried organs, death become material. It seeps into you, burning from your depths. A voice in your head taunting you to fail, to fall to your knees, to give in. As you all rushes towards me, the hate and malice is palpable. I struggle and block, defensive and being pushed back. His fury is like guts. Nothing can stop the brutality, but I'm getting used to his style. I have mirrored blade, effectively as many weapons as I need. He is fast and vicious, but he is no match for me. With Izual's death, his angelic essence is released. He tells me to hurry to the Hellforge before Hephaesto and Abydos can set up a full guard on it. Mephisto's soul stone must be destroyed. And so it shall be. Not it is. Here we strike down the first of the prime evils. However, Abydos is nowhere to be seen. The forces and evil I have overcome. This is but another step upon the stones of the path I take to cleanse this realm of darkness, to sweep the lies from the unworthy, to preserve the innocence of the uplifted, to curse the body of despair and bring light to the heart of those who shine with the beauty of life.
Hey boy, how's it going? Hey Cygation in chat. Yo, what's up? This is my new video that I just made
this
today.
Is where we hit the next wall. This was beyond brutal. The Chaos Sanctuary was pretty bad in normal, with Decreptify and Cold, with the slow attack speed on Clove.
How's your day been going, Abolia? What you up to right now?
It was a nightmare. Pun intended. We fought through resetting the Doom Knights. I thought it would be cheese to just get rid of them. And who knows, it could have been worse. Doom Knight Spirits and Wisps? No thanks.
Struggling to wake up, but I'm good. This real struggle in the morning. We're doing fantastic. New video is done. We finished Shadow's book today.
Is working really well for this. I still have really bad attack speed. I need a new weapon with fast attack speed. I've been looking for another
Glad to hear.
sword,
You.
But now, even in hell, it's not looking promising.
You.
But that is all due to, once again, the lack of farming on this challenge rush run. And here, I made the worst mistake of Nightmare. I never learned my lesson, because this is the epitome of the hell run. Where normal was dead ends, Nightmare was farming, hell is backtracking, because I forgot to put up portals. Maybe from now on I'll learn. But you'll have to check that out in the hell video to find out. So I trap myself in a portal, and have to run from the waypoint. For now, we make it back to the Sanctuary and take down the last seal boss, Desaiz, into Ventar, and back to the story! After clearing this demonic palace of terror, I have but one seal to break. Ilzen commends me on my grace and destruction, my blade severing the link between the very boundaries of worlds, eliminating these beings from existence. Even the great Ventar cannot stand in my way. His flames are paltry compared to the burning in my soul for a better world. With strategy and tactics, I wear his guards down, breaking them apart and sending their bodies to the flame. With blades swirling and mind firm.
Ads! Alright, I'll be right back. I gotta check on my food.
Alright, carry on.
I strike the beast into ash.
Death can save you from me.
The Lord of Terror himself stands before me, his evil permeating the very plains of hell, with horror and abomination seeping into the world, his grotesque form bearing no semblance of man, only a monster. His massive form looms, his scales glistening like molten obsidian.
3, 2, 1, toe!
Hurling like scythes. I grip my insight, a rune-word polearm that has carried me through this difficulty. Diablo roared, shaking the ground. Jagged bolts arced towards me. I dodged. Spun, tail whipping like a battering ram. Pain flared, but I countered with the assault. Chugging potions, health and mana both plummeting as I struggle against his might. The fight intensifies. I weaved in close, melee my domain. Mirror blade, a flurry of strikes, landing hard against his hide. Flames erupt from all around, and his lightning flares once more, striking me down. I feel my body lock up and my vision blurring. My potions are gone. I needed to fight through it, push through. Don't give up. Destroy this demon. Save Ilzen. Destroy Abydos.
What do you mean?
With a final strike, he falls before me. The hole in his head dissolving with his skull as the soul stone crashes to the ground. Only one more primeval remains. Then Abydos is mine. I return triumphant to the gates of heaven. I'm stopped by Tyrael. He tells me my task is not complete. I must take this portal to the summit of Mount Ariat, the heart of Sanctuary, the sacred city of the barbarians, Horrobel. I must find the World Stone and prevent its corruption by Baal and Abydos. Fighting my way through the hordes of demons, I come across the Eldritch Being. He's no match for my kiting skills. Even with being underleveled and undergeared, aside from insight, most of this is just a joke. A simple hit and run, keep the hordes at bay, don't get surrounded. And the archers that have always been our downfall have no effect on me. I want to get another weapon just because I feel so bad using insight. I want to ban it for most of my runs because it makes a lot of things trivial, but I can't find any good bases. And again, limited farming, and this point, no magic find makes it hard. I'm also skipping lots of monsters to try to keep as low level as I can. Into the crystalline passage and beyond. And in here, in normal, having no cold res made it so bad with the ice breath. But we're just plowing through this now. At least trying to. Ice breath is one thing, but these damn cold skeleton mages are so annoying. Half of the time, you run in to hit them, and then they're gone before your strike lands. Not fun for melee. Again, I should have moved on, but I'm stubborn. See part 1 of Nightmare Run for more examples of that. But it's all a matter of time. It's not like these are hard, they're just slowing me down. Pun intended. Oh. Sorry, you thought skeleton mages were bad only because they slow. Then the horde comes in, trapping me, pinning me to the walls. Who knows? Here we go again. I have to reset to get my body back. Who knows? This is where some cleave can really be useful. Okay, moving on from that. Again, back to the story. The ruins of a greater time. A once proud and strong nation stood on these lands. Now, they are pushed back to the very last stronghold of their kind. Fine architecture being dismantled so carelessly by these monsters as my heart in a shift. No time for weakness. I will break these walls down myself if it means finding my prey. The scent of mountain clears my pores. Faint corruption on the wind breaks my stride. Hazad, Abydos' mortal form is here. On this mountain, somewhere in the depths. It leads me to the summit. Upon the mound is the sacred ritual of the ancients. Barred from the path, these three stand to witness my strength and purpose. I first try with my words to be polite and courteous. I deflect their attacks, dodge their attempts, sidestep their throws, mockery of their power. Not intentional, but I can see a set of fury in them, hiding under the surface. I will sing with my heart embedded in my steel, with a clash that brings a whimsy to the soul. Ilzen burns in my mind. The cost of this journey, the sacrifices, the loss, the grace of perseverance carrying us through the toughest of trials. Even these brutes, I say that, but that their intellect may outstand mine. Lives of loss and hardship, they are forged into the rulers that pressed their will upon the land. That will so grand it struck its roots in all corners of the world. Now standing on the precipice of its highest mountain, I stare into the eyes of my vanquished foes. Their souls nodding to my dominion, my heart true but darkened, my soul strong but tainted. They know this. I know this. We also know my will prevail. The sins of the body cannot condemn the mind. Only the mind can live above the flesh. I bring their flesh down to this realm, strike them with the glory of my intent to wash this world of the evil that inhabits it. They judge me worthy of passing. I ask them desperately if they have let others through. Has Hazad been here? I can feel his essence leaking from the mountain. If he is inside the keep, then we may yet all be doomed. For even if the fall of Baal is to be true, the corruption of the stone must be stopped. Abydos will never bow to mortals. He will never bow to the primevals. He will never bow to heaven. He is the embodiment of struggle. Until all time is but a weave of fate, his hand shall press the needle that sews the pattern of life. Will that hand steady for balance, or cascade into the abyss? The fierceness of hell's forces lay in wait. The World Stone Keep, looming with its great towers and halls of giants. The structures here could not be made by men. Only a small imitation, but this was the work of angels. Heaven would be so grand if this was but what they wrought with mortal chains. And now these foul beasts desecrate the sacred nature of this place. Baal laughs at me. He thinks I am but a broken Nephilim husk, a shade of my former glory. Without Ilzen at my side, he knows I stand no chance. His might is sealed in fate with the Soul Stone, and now in his hands. The light of the high heavens shines upon me, as if the roof had opened upon the sun. The beams of warmth revitalize my soul, bringing the warmth to my body, and the light to my eyes, and the vision to my mind. Ilzen stands over me, his shadow of light but a thought in my head. I am doing this to see him again, to have a companion, a friend, a brother, to revel in tales, to share the hurt, to spread the joy and uplift the world. Together we were unstoppable. His spirit merged with mine, becoming one being of light. The unlocking of my power is complete. I stand upon the edge of my final battle. The waves of Baal's minions fall before me in heaps of gore and guts. I am now a monster solely guided by the hand of death towards Baal. Me and Ilzen together thread the locks of the portal to weave into the realm of the World Stone Chamber. The magnificent bloodstone imposing its might and divinity upon us. There is a shadow upon its brim, like an absence of existence, a halo of light surrounding it, a war cry of the ages. Tyrael soars down from the heavens, his blade of light a banishing lever of the gods. Evil falls before such purity. Abydos closes in. My clash with Baal seems lacking with the power that is cascading across the skies. I cannot allow it to distract me. I have my own mission. Tyrael is struck from the sky and crashes into a tower. The stone and mortar crash upon the floor, shaking the foundation of the temple. The Mother Crystal cries out, "The soul of the world stone, weeping for her inhabitants." Sanctuary whispering its last words. The hope of all mortals bared upon that breath. Abydos stands over Tyrael. He pressed the blade through his hand, absorbing its power. Tyrael calls out for my aid. I have not finished with Baal. I cannot come to his aid. If Illidan leaves my soul emerge, I will fall to Baal. I choose to defeat the primeval. One last mistake for a mortal to make. The light vanishes in a spark of red flame. Then an evil, dark, humming glow of purple void energy swirls around Tyrael and Abydos. In a fusion of power, the heavenly light, the corrupted darkness. Together they become one. Abydos conjured the power of the high heavens through the veins of an archangel, Tyrael. He wields a blade of destruction. On my smiting of Baal, the mighty foes at last fall into my feet. I am but a husk now, my powers drained, my life forfeit. Ilza was leaving, his essence pulled into the darkness around me. The light fading from my eyes, my final vision of Abydos. In Tyrael's form, with a wicked smile, he launches his sword into the world stone, shattering it. Gear check time!
What do you guys
Nothing
think?
really changed, but here's the full gear loadout again. Insight, Ancient's Pledge, Resistances, Lifesteal and Attack Speed Gloves. Not really great boots. Had no run walk speed. One good charm, a couple okay ones. I always have trouble with charms. Hell had us going through a loop looking for all res and health. But we made it! Or did we? Find out next time on Dragon Ball Z! I mean, in the next video. Yeah. And if you haven't, go back and catch up on part 1 and 2 as well.
Not bad. Thanks, Turner. I keep, I keep trying. Trying harder.
What will hell have in store for us as we move forward? A lot more death! I forgot to do the Anya's quest, so I went back and did those for more resistances. Like I said at the start, we would have had everything capped out and could have moved some more equipment around to make us stronger, but it is what it is. Overcapped res isn't that bad in Nightmare and Hell because of lower resist curse and other things that can break your resistances. Anyways, thanks for sticking around and hope you enjoyed the video. If you have any suggestions or critiques, let me know in the comments. I'm trying to find a new
I only hear Dragon
balance
Twat
between
G-Spot
story and
now.
commentary. I know this was very low on commentary due to the fact there really was no wall in Nightmare. Yeah. We finished Act 1 and got Insight, and it was easy as fuck. So to be more entertaining, I made this little story. So, for the Hell mode, we'll see what combination will be the most fun. So thanks again for watching, and I really appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. I love making these videos, so I hope you love watching them. Until next time, keep Sanctuary safe, fellow Nephilim.
True. Guys, there will be a Hell mode.
I'm going to try out a bow warlock build using
Oh,
mirror.
Warlock on Looter! That was so good. Using mirror blades with, the, what's it called? The demon, the siege demon or whatever it is. It's a unique crossbow. Alright, so we have this pyramid video that Salty sent. Let me see if I can find this. Yeah, so I'm gonna go grab my food, and then we'll watch this pyramid video. And we'll see how that goes. I'll be right back. Okay. We ready for this? Let's do it.
About 2 years ago, I got an email from a guy who had a theory about the pyramids. And at first, I kind of ignored it. Because when it comes to the pyramids, the line between researcher and conspiracy theorist gets a little blurry. But he sent me all of his research, almost 10 years of work, and I did look at it eventually, and it completely changed the way that I look at the pyramids. He said the pyramids weren't built, they were unbuilt. And maybe all the missing evidence that we've been searching for, the ramps, the tools, and the machinery, it's not missing at all. It's actually right in front of us, just misinterpreted. So I want to walk you through this theory today, but I'm not gonna lie, this email did take me down a very strange rabbit hole. Because for all the theories and simulations and 4,000 years of research and speculation, we actually know very little about how these structures were built. We can't understand the pyramids without talking about time. Because the pyramids are very old. The cliche saying is that Cleopatra lived closer to the iPhone than she did to the construction of the pyramids. The ancient Romans would tour the pyramids like we tour the Colosseum today. And over that insane scale of time, things get blurry. But what we do know is that pyramids themselves were the endpoint of a massive architectural learning curve, each one taking about 10 to 15 years, and each one getting us closer to the Great Pyramid. 146 meters tall, 2.3 million blocks of stone. The base is almost a perfect square, off by mere centimeters, with a slope so razor precise, because even the slightest variation would mean a failure at the top. And the whole thing is aligned almost perfectly to true north, off by just 1/15 of a degree. And they did all of this without compasses, or lasers, or GPS. As far as we know, they used nothing but the stars. And if you scaled it to the size of the Earth, the height to base ratio would almost match the curvature of the planet. The latitude is the exact same number as the speed of light, and just 0.0002 degrees off from the pyramid's latitude is also this subway in Louisiana. Because a lot of things exist on that latitude. But you see, the pyramids seem so impossible, and our understanding is so limited, that it's just the perfect breeding ground for conspiracy theories.
Yep.
But it is worth remembering, if any civilization could pull this off, it's probably the Egyptians. Every year, the Nile flooded, and it turned the valley into a surplus machine, with ridiculous amounts of grain, enough to feed tens of thousands of people who weren't farming. Remember our video on the Romans? They got their grain from Egypt. And that kind of surplus meant Egypt had something incredibly rare in the ancient world: time, labor, and stability for massive multi-year engineering projects. And they created incredible inventions like counterweighted lifting devices, mummification, star-aligned surveying tools,
What's up,
and
Emma?
one of the most accurate calendars on Earth, long before most civilizations could even write. On top of that, you have a hyper-organized bureaucracy that tracked everything. We literally have a 4,500-year-old site manager's logbook, where this guy named Merer documents how his crew boated the Tura limestone to the pyramid site. In fact, we have records for everything, like how they brought the stone, who they hired, and even the payroll. Everything except how they actually built the pyramids. Oh, by the way, they weren't built by slaves. Archaeologists found entire workers' districts at Giza with bakeries and workshops and medical teams, and even the tombs of the craftsmen. These were skilled labor crews, not an oppressed workforce. And despite keeping diligent records of all of this, when it comes to the construction drawings, it's kind of like they said, well, let's mess with those guys a little bit. Because maybe they knew that we were going to be arguing about this for centuries. There
The
are
first
a
troll.
lot of theories about how
The
these
pyramid
pyramids
was
were
the
built.
first
Cranes,
fucking troll.
counterweights, kites, water elevators. But there's two big ones, ramps. In the classic one, the external ramp theory, workers drag the blocks up a huge ramp as the pyramid rises. It's very simple, in theory. To keep the slope gentle enough for normal humans, and not physical 100 athletes, the ramp would need to stretch around 2 kilometers. Anything shorter or steeper, people probably start dying on you. Well, things get a little challenging. By the time you've built a ramp that's safe to walk on, you've basically cost yourself more materials and labor just to build the thing that builds the thing. And the real killer is, there is zero archaeological evidence of a mile-long ramp ever existing or being torn down. And then there's a twist on this theory. A ramp spiraling around the pyramid, shorter, more compact, reusing the same slope over and over. But now you have a different problem. The faces of the pyramid are perfectly straight, otherwise the edges can't meet at the apex. But to keep it at this precise angle, the builders had to constantly check the edges. But with a fat ramp in the way, it's blocking all the corners that you need access to. So if the ramp isn't outside, maybe it's inside. In the 1980s, someone saw a fox entering the Great Pyramid near the base and somehow popping out hundreds of feet higher. That little fox inspired the French architect Jean-Pierre Houdin to propose a hybrid system. A short external ramp made of limestone for the very first third of the structure, which is then reused for the top part once it's done. Then a hidden ramp spiraling inside the structure. It very neatly explains this missing debris, and it even answers some of the mysteries around the Grand Gallery, which Houdin thinks was a giant counterweight system for hoisting the granite beams found in the King's Chamber. It also explains why it's so tall and narrow, and lined with strange benches, and covered in scuff marks, as if something hard and heavy slid through it over and over again. It's elegant, but then, in 2015, the pyramids got a giant CT scan.
The void. Moving LiDAR.
This is muon tomography. Think of muons as high-energy particles from space that are constantly raining down on Earth. They pass through rock, but very dense areas slow them down. So if you put detectors inside and around the pyramid and wait long enough, you can build a 3D density map, kind of like a medical CT scan, and you can do all of this without touching a single stone. And in 2015, they found something crazy. A massive, unexplained void just above the Grand Gallery, which led to thousands of new theories overnight. But what they didn't find was a clean spiral running just under the surface. If a kilometer-long ramp was hiding there, let's say, you would expect at least a faint trace, but instead the scan shows scattered voids. It doesn't necessarily kill the idea, but it strongly weakens the argument. And then most other pyramid construction theories are variations on these two. The thing about these theories is that most of them actually work until you reach the top. The apex is actually the hardest part of the whole structure, because even a tiny error at the base becomes a huge deviation at the top. The edges need to be perfectly straight, so you need full access to all 4 faces and lots of room to work. With an external ramp, you eventually have to remove it or drastically shrink the ramp right when you need it the most. With an internal ramp, the higher you get, you are losing the turning radius, the hauling space, and of course the ability to check the edges. When you look at pyramids in other cultures, you start to notice a lot of them dodge this issue with a flat top. Even Egyptian pyramids later lose their tips. This is why, according to this Egyptologist, although pyramids were made all over the world, only the Egyptian pyramids are considered a miracle of the world. In other words, this sharp apex actually is the rarest and hardest part to explain, and the key to the pyramid's construction. By the way, all of this background research and custom assets we created for this video, we decided to put it on a dedicated page. And we built the whole thing in Framer, who's also the sponsor of this video. Framer is a design tool that lets you iterate with precision and turn your design ideas into a live website with a single click. Each of the theories get their own section, but there are so many other interesting pieces of history that we had to include. All the live previews and interactive alignment tools made it very easy for us to see results instantly. You can even animate the elements in full 3D without getting into code. Everything works through simple transform controls inside Framer. Framer also has a huge built-in font library, so although Papyrus might have been on theme, finding something Egyptian and also modern was surprisingly easy, and we didn't want to risk triggering any graphic designers. It's also super easy to see how it can adapt across different devices, and our whole team can build on the same project together in real time. You can find our research page linked in the description, along with a Framer link and a discount code if you want to check it out. Let's get to this email that I received 2 years ago, which actually kickstarted my obsession with the pyramids. His name is Hyuni Choi, and he's not an architect, not an Egyptologist, just someone who spent 10 years obsessively modeling every measurable stone at Giza, like thousands of blocks, hand-placed in 3D. And at first, I thought it was a little bit, feels a little conspiracy theory. But then I did read the research, and I realized he wasn't trying to solve the pyramid. He was trying to solve the system that produces a pyramid. He says
smart.
The Great Pyramid wasn't built on its own, but through a chain of sacrificial structures that are designed to be cannibalized. Let me explain. Before the Great Pyramids was a natural limestone outcrop with small hills. Most of the core blocks for Khufu's pyramid was carried directly from this plateau, with finer casing limestone brought from Tura and granite from Aswan. And they really used this landscape to their advantage. First, they identified the high points, shaved them, and terraced them, turning the hill into a working platform. Then you overbuild. Instead of starting with a pyramid shape, you create a rough, gigantic trapezoidal step mass with an integrated ramp system. And once the ramp reaches its full height, you start carving it down into the final pyramid shape. Remember the apex problem? Even the tiniest error at the base explode into huge deviations at the top. But if you work downward from a wide, stable platform, it's much easier to retain this precise angle. The shape is actually super important here. If we were to apply the system to a pyramid shape, the ramp would get steeper and higher as you go up, creating another death slide for the workers. But a trapezoid spreads outward at the top, and it gives you this workable 7-degree ramp all the way up. A flat, safe working deck around the apex, and full visibility of all 4 edges as you carve the final geometry. Instead of fighting the pyramid shape, you delay it until the very end. Once you carve down the step mass, the extra limestone is then reused for the other pyramids. The Great Pyramid is roughly 6 million tons. Choi's model estimates the initial step mass to be around 8 million tons. Carving that down gives you roughly 2 million tons of reusable stone. This gets split between the working mass for Khafre's pyramid and into the other annex buildings. Then this process is repeated for the other pyramids, each one going through the same recursive construction loop. Once you add all of the stone that moves through this loop, you get around 14 million tons circulating through the system, with roughly 1 million tons left over, which weirdly lines up with the mainstream volume estimates for the entire Giza complex.
That's crazy.
What's interesting about this theory is that it treats the entire plateau as a single construction engine and a closed-loop system, and it actually matches Egyptian behavior. Because the Egyptians were really into recycling. They turned broken boats into furniture, broken furniture became small objects, and later dynasties literally mined old pyramids for new buildings. So a cannibalizing system for the pyramids kind of feels like a very Egyptian thing to do. And the idea of shaping the
Scotty, can I share something for you to give feedback to? I'll send it in the DMs. It's the final stuff for my book. Just need to know if it makes sense at all. Wait, do you want me to read it on stream, or do you want me to, like, not read it on stream?
Before the crane, which was invented by the Greeks in the 6th century BC,
Yes,
the
you can read it on
landscape
stream. Ooh,
was
okay, I'm down for that,
ancient.
Relic. Fuck
the
yeah.
dolmens, the Karnaks, and the early temples, they all shaped the earth into construction engines to build structures that feel impossible. And most importantly, this system explains one of the biggest flaws of the external ramp theory: the missing debris. The ramps weren't lost.
Sent it over to
through
you.
time.
Sweet.
They were
I'll have to check it out in a
repurposed.
sec
But
here.
this led me to another very unpleasant thought. See, most theories fail not because we find something wrong, it fails because we find nothing. The massive external ramp, no debris. The internal spiral ramp, no signs of a continuous spiral. The water shaft theory, no canals, no cuttings, no retaining walls. And this way of disproving based on negative evidence totally makes sense from a proper archaeological point of view. But what if that evidence didn't disappear through time, but by design? Maybe for them, a sacred form should not have any trace of a human builder. Maybe they always recycle the construction evidence. Maybe they always restore the site to purity, removed every mark and trace that could give away the construction method. It also means that the absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence. But sometimes an architectural detail can reveal the construction method, even if they try to hide it. This YouTuber, History for Granite, went through an insane journey to catalog around 6,000 surviving casing stones across 3 sides of Khafre's pyramid. And he found a pattern: tiny tapered stones forming vertical streams on each facade, which he calls bonding stones. A more common masonry term is keying stones, which are essentially smaller, special pieces of stone that can slide down to stitch 2 masonry runs together. And it actually reveals a lot. First, different sections were laid simultaneously by different crews for efficiency, and then stitched together. Second, since there's no bonding stones at the centers or the corners, these weren't ending lines, they were starting lines. The last and most importantly, all 3 faces show the exact same pattern. This is pretty important because if there was a giant external ramp attached to the structure, you would probably see hotspots of bonding stones around the working edge. It doesn't prove any single theory, but it strongly suggests that the casing had to be carefully stitched together from multiple directions, and the crews likely had a wide, stable working deck around a clean, unobstructed pyramid core. Again, this is not proof of any one theory, but maybe it can disprove some theories. So how do we know for sure? Like, how does a theory become proof?
Mr. Wizard, but it's a real power plant and will generate electricity. When I move the gas flame under the flask, the water inside will be heated to boiling.
In math or hard science, proof is pretty absolute. You run the experiment, anyone can repeat it, and if the result holds, then it's true, until someone disproves it. But with archaeology, well, you can't really run the build the Great Pyramid as a lab experiment. So instead, a theory can get stronger if it first predicts what we should find, and then on ground, those predictions match the real traces, and different kinds of evidence all start making sense under that same explanation. And even then, other experts will try to break it. With the pyramids, it's even harder because we're missing the entire construction phase, and we can't dismantle Khufu, and multiple methods could produce the exact same final shape. So it's less, this is absolutely true, and it's more, for now, this is the least wrong answer.
True.
And after months and months of digging into this, for a brief second, I also wondered, could it have been the aliens? And I think there's a tiny part of me that kind of wanted to believe it, because it really hurts to think that we might never know the answer. But I know that that's just my cognitive closure talking, because our brains hate gaps in information. But maybe that's the whole point. In a world where we can Google almost anything, the pyramids are one of the last things we can't force into clarity. And maybe if we understood them perfectly, they would lose the thing that makes them kind of extraordinary.
True.
So what do you guys think? Do you think we're ever gonna solve the mystery of the pyramids? Let me know in the comments. And with that, I'll see you guys in the next video.
True. Yeah, I don't know. That's the best theory I've ever heard, though. I'm behind that theory. No, not the aliens theory. The whatchamacallit theory. The, like, trapezoid into... whatchamacallit. Like, shaving down as you go instead of going up, right? That makes so much more sense. It's like, it's the idea of building a mold and a cast, right? Because the trapezoid around it would be the cast, and the pyramid itself would be the mold, right? And then you can set the mold inside of the cast. Okay, so this is Relic's story. Here we go. Author's note. The Lawrence Grimes novels, Book 1. Cinder was a hard story to write, and in many ways, an even harder story to live inside. Though this novel is a work of fiction, the themes woven through its pages are not. Cover-ups, corruption, violence, body horror, grief, suicide, silence. These are not inventions of the imagination. They are fragments of the real world, distorted through a fictional lens. Vigilance will be mine! Vengeance will be mine! True. Cinder allowed me to explore those shadows from a safe distance, but distance does not always mean protection. There were nights I sat alone with these characters long after the world had gone quiet. Nights when the desert felt real, when the silence of Cinder crept into my own home. Writing horror can be isolating. You spend hours, sometimes a month, living in dark places, dissecting pain, imagining suffering, asking uncomfortable questions about humanity, and in doing so, you can begin to feel separated from everything bright and ordinary around you. Sometimes, when you write stories like this, you feel alone, even when you're not. But isolation is an illusion. Stories are bridges. They connect us through shared fear, shared grief, shared curiosity about what hides beneath the surface. If Cinder unsettled you, disturbed you, or lingered with you long after the final page, then it did exactly what it was meant to do. Horror is not just about monsters in the desert. It is about the parts of the world we pretend not to see, and the parts of ourselves we struggle to comfort. Lawrence Grimes' journey begins in a town that buries its secrets beneath sand and silence, but this series is ultimately about something deeper. What happens to a man who keeps walking into the dark, and whether he can carry pieces of it without losing himself entirely. Thank you for stepping into Cinder with me, and thank you for coming back. Coming back out. Peak, Relic. Like, I can feel that, bro. I'm like, oh my god, the hearts, the feels. I know exactly what you're saying. Holy shit, bro. I don't think you can get more heartfelt than that. Like, holy shit. And it's so true, too. It's not like a, I don't know how to say it. It's not like a, I'm writing this because this is like the trigger warning, and this is like the, oh, I told you, I warned you, like, you know, kind of thing. It's like a heartfelt, like, actual, like, heart-to-heart moment that you can have, right? Like, it feels real. Some good shit. So what's everyone's opinion of the video I shared? Is it good background music? Yeah, what do you guys think about the background music? I like to have a heart-to-heart at the end of my books. Damn, bro, that's good shit, though. I haven't even read the book and you're already making me cry. Jesus Christ, bro. See, when I say you're the best writer here, I don't exaggerate that shit, Relic. I put that on a fucking pedestal, bro. Because I feel that shit.
Like, I feel your writing. Like, that voice, that essence, it's got fucking magic in it, bro. And same with Callie's, but Callie's has it in, like, a different way, right? Like, where yours is, like, visceral and real, Callie's is, like, whimsical, abstract, and esoteric, right? Like, you guys are playing on two literal, completely different planes of existence. But I think both are extremely powerful, because they both fucking make me feel shit. Not that other people's stuff doesn't, but it's like, you know, like, this is how much I feel throughout someone else's story. This is how much I feel throughout one of your chapters. Right? It's such a big difference. And it could just be me, right? The style of stories. Like, I really love the detective type stuff. I love, like, out of this world, esoteric, like, random, insane stuff that's never been done before, like Callie's writing. Where it's just so off the wall, ridiculous, you're just like, wow, this is a whole new aspect, right? And then Denox is, like, super, like, anime. And then, like, Halfies and Shadows and Country Girls are all, like, this interpersonal clan, like, family unit kind of, like, you know, everything gets fucked up in there. And it's like, there's so many different ties to each thing, right? I really try to make my stories feel lived in, real, even though the stories are all fiction. It's important to me to make the reader feel like they are falling into that world. And you do that fantastically. Despite having my critiques and my, like, canon ending for 10th mark, it's still a fantastic book. You know? It's just like an 8.5 versus a 9.5 with my ending. So that would be so fucking... And it would catch... I think it would catch everyone off guard, too. It would just be like, wait, what the fuck? New edition. Scotty edition. I'll fund it, bro. I'll fund it. Hell yeah. The Blair Witch ending. I'd love to see, like... Because, like, you describe basically every picture that she takes. So all you'd have to do is get a picture of each of those pictures. And then just have that as the last thing. I think that, I don't know, just something about that to me would just be like, it's such a poetic, fucking beautiful ending to a horror because you don't know. And it makes it feel real because it's like, oh, well, this is the photo evidence of this entire case, right? Like, that, oh, I don't know, that to me is the absolute lived-in experience, is when it connects entirely to reality in the fact of, like, truth. Which is what's so powerful about having grounded writing. Because it's here and now. And then with Callie's, it's like it's spiritual, right? It's like you're going into a fucking meditative state and you're going into a lucid dream and everything's just like fucked, but you're there for the journey. And when you come out of it, you're just like, wow, treating people... Like, having spite for people really fucks you up. Like, believing in people's intentions can lead you to such a dark fucking place. Like, putting other people's lives in front of your own, like, it can have such a brutal effect on you. And, like, looking up to your heroes to such a point that you don't live your own life is fucking scary. And in a world where you don't have your own voice... to create the tools around you to mold your own voice, but each interpretation from each person is different, is just like, it's literally, to me, that to me is an embodiment of, like, Callie's schizophrenia. It's just like all of the different sides of the coin. No, a coin doesn't just have two sides, right? But that's why I'm so stoked to read Cinder. Because I'm like, this is going to be fucking amazing. Big question. Do you think the chapters should just be called Chapter 1 and then under the title of the chapter? Or would you get rid of Chapter 1 and just have the title of the chapter? Or would you add them both together, etc.? I'm a huge both. Chapter 1. Or actually, you know what?
My favorite is title first. So you say title, like for instance, like my chapter 1 would be like, and then you have like a naming scheme for all the titles, right? All my titles are one word of an event that takes place that's emotional in it. So like the first chapter would be like desire, chapter 1. Then it'd be like torment, chapter 2. Anguish, chapter 3. You know? Like dismissal, chapter 4. The Midnight Call, chapter 1. Yes, that's my personal preference. Because it can keep track of how far you are in, and it grounds you without pulling you out of the title. So you get the title and the imagery of everything, and then that places you in the story to be like, okay, well, what happened? And then you can be like, you don't have to remember necessarily the chapter title to recall. You're like, oh, I remember in chapter 3 this happened, right? Instead of being like, man, I remember the name of the chapter, but I don't remember where it is in the book. So, like, for me, that's just like a cataloging thing. But I also love the idea of having chapter titles, because I think chapter titles are insanely important. And people that don't use chapter titles are missing out. That's just my personal thought. So now the question is, I'm thinking about calling it a night because I'm fucking tired as shit, and I've been up since like 7:30 working on this fucking video, and I still have to play 2 more acts in Hell, and then do all of the Hell stuff. Would you like option A, Midnight Call, chapter 1, or B, The Midnight Call, chapter 1? I like the no quotations. But it should be presented as top down. Like it should say The Midnight Call, and then underneath it, it should say the chapter number. Chapter titles need to be relative to the chapter without being a spoiler. Enough for a return reader to remember that chapter, while a new reader doesn't get much of a clue. That's why I chose mine being a single word that's an emotion that's evoked during the chapter. So you have the anticipation of knowing that an event is going to happen that's going to cause this emotional outcome for the main character. Right? So it's like a spoiler without a spoiler, which is using anticipation instead of surprise. Because you wonder, oh, well, how does this chapter make the character grieve? How does this chapter make the character angry? How does this chapter make the character, solemn, you know, disgraced, right? Something like that. And it gives you something to grab onto for the chapter. Some meat. And I always think having that enticingness is really important for continuing to have someone read. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna chill for a bit, and then we're just gonna call it a night. We've been going so hard lately, you know. It is what it is. We got more stuff we gotta do, but hey, we'll take it as it goes, right? And especially since, like, go get your sleep, my dude. I will eventually, Relic. You know me. I'm a ranter. I like to talk. So, I was thinking, now that we're getting close to the end of reading everyone's stories, even though Relic's new story is coming out, but that's, you know, we'll finish that up, but we're going to be done with Yuri's in like a week. We're already finished with Shadows, you know. I don't know how much you're caught up on Halfies. We're almost, well, we don't have any more of Turner's yet, so I'll do the outline for Stoner Girl Evolution and kind of do as rough a like start finish like the old school style, because I tried just winging it and going with it, and it clearly didn't work because I trapped myself in a dead end because I forgot what I was doing, essentially. So I think I need like more direct grounding and stuff like that. But we'll figure it out.
Plus, I don't have any, like, I normally have, like, a couple of backup stories all ready to go. So, you know, if I, you know, don't have time, I still have something to work with. I am out of those stories because I've been so lazy that my entire backlog has been filled. So now I got to go back to the drawing board and start actually, like, coming up with new stories. So that's a big thing I'm going to have to start work, or I'm just going to take, like, maybe a hiatus and a break, a month or so. Like, release a video on Blue Horror Channel, just being, like, you know, out of backlogged stories, taking time to improve stories, back in, like, whenever, right? Back in a month. We'll be back at the end of March with a whole new backlog of well put together, you know, stories. Because we got a couple of storylines we need to finish off and round out. But we need to come up with, like, an entirely new storyline, right? Like, we've got the Cyber Foundations that we kind of got, like, 4 or 5 stories for. And then we have the Lisa Lives Forever that we have, like, 3 stories we have to finish. 3 or 4. With, like, the final rebellion coming together. Getting Sam and Trevor out of the building. And then, like, the final story of the aftermath of the single human roaming around in, like, a world of the Matrix. Because they need that pure genetics. I also want to do chiral clones at some point in time, but I don't know if I want to add that along with it. Other than that, trying to think of, like, not so much sci-fi, but, like, more technological, like, you know, like 50 years from now, 60 years from now, but instead of going like cyberpunk style, I want to do something that's more like the stagnance of technology, and it shows, like, the difference. Like, only the richest of the richest people actually have the advanced technology. Everyone else is basically living in, like, 2030, right? 2020. It's all basically the fucking same, except the people at the highest ranks have, like, you know, uploading their mind to the digital scape, right? Like, copies of themselves, like Black Mirror, straight up level shit, and stuff like that. But I don't have, like, an overarching premise that could bring all the stories together that I think is worthy of, like, that level, right? Because I want, like, every story to be a piece of the puzzle. And then by the end, it's like, you know exactly what the fuck is happening, right? Taking, like... That's... Okay, what about this? I just thought about this. What about taking, like, all of the, like, highest dystopian book premises, like Animal Farm, 1984, Brave New World, Kill a Mockingbird, like the classic, like, fucking stories and shit, and break them down into, like, just a futurist, like, history repeating itself kind of idea. And then re-envisioning those stories in, like, the future of a world that I could see happening.
My only problem with this music, Sean, is I think it's too calm. It's like too calm for the stream, right? Like we need the uppity, ippity, yippity back and forth. Like this. I think this calm is just too much of a contrast with like my vibe. Like I'm trying to raise your adrenaline and shit, and this is trying to stop your fucking heart. Right? Like, I feel like I'm fighting the music at that point. But I don't know. What do you guys feel? I mean, I like the music itself. There's nothing wrong with the music itself. This would be really good to use for, like, makeup days. It's a little more chill, a little more relaxed, a little more sit back, right? Alright. Thanks for sticking around. Thanks for hanging out, guys. We had a good day today. I know it's a little bit of a short day. It has been a whole short week and everything, but it is what it is, right? We'll be back again tomorrow, as always. So, you know, never stop being you. Never stop creating. Never stop imagining. Never stop spreading your ideas to everyone else, because you're worth it. Your ideas are prime. Even if you're the only one who cares, they're still yours. So remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Alright. Who we rated today? What we know and what we do and what we got and what we yet. I know we are and what we do. We go where we want. Here we are and what we do and what we got and what we do. I know we got you in here with her with this. I know we are what we do. Okay. I think we got one. Are you guys ready? Get your wheels ready. Here we go.
But it is a valid distinction, a reasonable distinction to make. And we're being rated. Hello. Well then. Thank you for the raid, and welcome, and thank you for the follow. Welcome to the couch. Let's get a shout out for you.